According to the Holy Bible and cultural myths throughout the world, there were giants roaming the earth at one time. Understand, when I speak of giants, I am not referring to individuals who happen to have been a few inches or a couple of feet above the norm. I am referring to a race of giants that would terrify even the most stout-hearted of people. Let's take a look at this chart so you can get a real feel for what I'm referring to. On the far left of this chart, you will see an average 6-foot tall human being, and just what they basically look like. Then, as you look from left to right, you will see giants that ranged from 8.5 feet to 36 feet in height. Imagine, if you would, for a couple of seconds that, just what this would look like. I mean, the next time you pass by a building, count up 3.5 stories, and then you'll get the idea of what an ancient giant would look like, exactly, roughly, how tall he had grown. Now, imagine something that big wanted to chase you down and kill you. Now, there are a lot of giants in different myths and legends, and you'll find these in different cultures and societies throughout the world. Now, in ancient Greece, there were what was known as the Titans. These were, according to the stories, there were originally 12 Titans, or what some people call giants, that were born to Gaia, the earth goddess, and Uranus, the sky god. Now, in this relief, we see the two Titans known as Rhea and Kronos. Next, we see Atlas as he holds up the earth. And then we have this statue of Oceanus, another one of the 12 Titans of Greek mythology. Then there were the Cyclops. Greek myths state that there were 3 known Cyclops. Other claims that the Cyclops were a race of giants. Now, in Norse mythology, they had a host of giants. Ymir was supposed to be the first of the frost giants. Then there was the frost giant known as Satyr. There are 2 main biblical schools of thought when it comes to the origins of giants. One school states that the giants were the offsprings of Seth, who was the 3rd son of Adam. Now, with very deep respect to my colleagues, I come from the 2nd school of thought. I believe that giants were a hybrid race that were created when fallen angels and human females mated together. Genesis 6:4 gives us the account of the sons of God. It says, "There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown." It's Genesis 6:4 where it says, sons of God. It is referring to fallen angels. We could get into all different kinds of debates and opinions about this. However, suffice it to say that, for the sake of argument, one of the schools of thoughts state that the sons of God, aka fallen angels, had mated with human females. In Genesis chapter 7, we find out that the whole earth was destroyed by the great flood, and that only Noah and his family survived. You would think that there would be no more giants after that. However, the fact of the matter is that there were giants after the great flood. Going back to Genesis 6:4, it reads, "There were giants in the earth in those days." Now, where it reads, "in those days," it is referring to the days before the great flood. And it was in those days that Noah and his family was alive. However, right after that, it reads, "There were giants in the earth in those days, it goes on to say, and also after that. In other words, right after the great flood, the giants came back once again. How and why is this possible? Because fallen angels had once again mated with human females. And you'll be able to see this for yourself as we move along. Once the 40-year wilderness trek of the 12 tribes of Israel was over with, God told them they could now enter into the promised land of milk and honey and take it as their own. They would do this by entering into the area known as Canaan, as you can see by a map. But there was a problem. The entire area was inhabited by giants. Some of the known areas where giants inhabited a particular land or region can be found in the Bible. Now, some of the names were Bashan, which was ruled over by King Og, and you'll find that in Deuteronomy 3:1, and he was a giant. Then there's Hebron. And then in the region of Argob, there were 60 cities, folks, that were inhabited by giants. And you can find this in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verses 1 through 6. Then there was Ammon, and you'll find that in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 19 through 21. Ashtaroth Canaim, which you'll find in Genesis 14:5. And then Ham is where the race of giants known as the Zuzims resided, and that can be found in Genesis 14:5. The race of giants known as the Emims lived in the area known as Shaveh Kirthaim. Then the surrounding area of Moab was also inhabited by giants. You'll find that in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 through 11. And then there was the cities of Gilead, Salcah, Edrei, which were under the authority of King Og of Bashan. Go back to Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 10 for that. Then there was Rabbath, which was another place with giants, Deuteronomy 3:11. Then there was a coastal area of Ashtaroth, which had giants inhabiting that area. You'll find that in Joshua 12:4. Mount Hermon, under the reign of Og, had giants in it, Joshua 12:5. In the valley of the son of Hinnom, on the south side of Jerusalem, go to Joshua 15:8. In this area, there were also giants. Now, it's the area known as the south side of Jebusite, where Jerusalem is now located. Jebusite or Jebusai, according to Joshua 15:8 and 18:16, was at one time the name for Jerusalem. And it's critical to know this particular fact, that giants were living in and around Jerusalem. I will explain the reason why later. Now, aside from giants, there was another major problem that the Israelites were going to have to tackle. The land of Canaan, which they were about to move into, was infested with people practicing various forms of the occult and worshiping false gods. Now, in Deuteronomy 18:9 through 12, it reads, "When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among any of you that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all those that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee." Probably because they posed a more immediate threat, the giants were to be tackled first, and then those who were practicing the occult would be next on God's list of things to deal with. Scriptures tell us by name that there are 4 races of giants. First, there were the Emims. In Genesis 14:5, it tells us of the Emims. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 through 11, tells us that the Emims were a great people and that there were many of them. They were also identified as being tall people just like the Anakims. And in verse 11, it identifies the Emims as giants. Now, the Anakims are the next race of giants we shall identify. As we just discovered in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 through 12, the Anakims were also identified as a race of giants. In Joshua chapter 11, verses 21 through 22, the Anakims were destroyed and their lands taken. And that's the land of Hebron, or as some would say Hebron, was given over to Caleb as an inheritance. You find that out in Joshua chapter 14, verses 12 and 15. We find out also that the land of Hebron was once under the authority of Abba, which you will soon learn was another giant. The Zamzumims, or Zuzims, was also a race of giants. In Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 20 through 21, we find out that the Ammonites called the giants who resided there as Zamzumims, and that these giants were great, many, and tall. Plus, in Genesis 14, verses 1 and 5, we find out that the Zuzims were attacked in a war led by Kedorlaomer, king of Elam. Now, it also appears that the Horites were another race of giants. In Genesis 14:5, it says in that verse that the Rephaims, which is a Hebrew word for giants, lived in Ashtaroth Canaan, and the Zuzims, another race of giants, lived in Ham, and that the giants known as the Emims lived in Sheva Kirithaim. Then, in the next verse, verse 6, it says that the Horites lived in Mount Seir. Now, the Horites were included in the list of giants, which compels me to believe they were another nation of giants. Plus, Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 11 through 12, also gives us another list of giants, and the Horims or Horites are also counted in that list, and we also find out in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 22, that like the other races of giants, the Horims were also hunted down and destroyed. It is from the Hebrew word Nephil that we derive the word Nephilim from. And it is from the Hebrew word Rapha that we derive the word Rephaim, or what some mistakenly call Rephaims from. The word Nephil and Rapha are Hebrew words for the word giants. Neither word denotes a particular race or nation of giants. They don't. They're just simple words that denote giants. Too often, people will be using the words Nephilim and Rephaim to identify a particular race or nation of giants that never existed in the first place. There never existed a race of giants known as the Rephaims, and there never existed a race of giants known as the Nephilims. Those are just words that have just been misused. The words properly used are Nephil and Rapha, which means giants in the Hebrew words, and nothing more beyond that. Just remember, they're simple words, Nephil and Rapha, for the word giant. It's just like you and me saying, hey, that's giant, or that's big. In the Hebrew language, when they're saying that's giant or that's big, they would say Nephil or Rapha, and that's it. Contrary to popular belief, Goliath wasn't the only giant mentioned in the Bible. There were mentioned by name many other different giants, and because of this, we have a lot more information to go by. Now, let's start off with Goliath. In 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 4 through 7, we find out that the giant known as Goliath stood anywhere from 9.5 feet to 11.5 feet tall. He wore a mail coat that weighed about 156 pounds when you convert shekels over to the standard American pound. The spearhead that he was carrying weighed about 19 pounds. Now that's heavier than any bowling ball I've ever used in this life. So, with the rest of his staff included, the whole thing had to have weighed somewhere between 50 to 60 pounds. Now can you understand why no one at first wanted to fight any of these giants? I mean, let's consider, what we would be up against. However, it would be the future king of Israel, known as David, who would face Goliath and bring him down. Lamai is the next giant on our list. In 2 Samuel 21:19, we find out that it was Elkanah who slew the brother of Goliath. And in 1 Chronicles 25, we find out that the brother of Goliath was named Lamai, and, like his brother, his spear was also the size of a weaver's beam. So, it's safe to assume that Lamai was probably as big as his brother Goliath. Then there was Og. Og was no ordinary giant. First of all, Og was the king of the entire region of Bashan, and according to Deuteronomy 3:11, his bed was so big it was approximately 13.5 to 16.5 feet long, and it had to be made out of iron to support his great weight. Then there was the giant Anak. According to Joshua 13 and 21:11, Anak lived in the city of Abba. Abba was the father of Anak the giant. And Anak, according to Numbers 13:22, Joshua 15:14, and Judges 1:10, he had 3 sons. Those 3 sons were Ahiman, Shishai, and Talmai. Plus, it was from Anak that the nation of giants, known as the Anakims, came from. The city of Abba was named after Anak's father. And according to Genesis 36:27, Abba eventually became known as Hebron or Hebron. Then there was the giant of Gath. Here we have another giant that was a family man. In 2 Samuel 21 verses 20 through 22, an unknown giant is named. He had 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on his feet, and the same giant was eventually slain by Jonathan, the son of Shimei, and that he also had 4 sons who were also giants. 1 Chronicles chapter 20 verses 6 through 8 also identifies this person as a giant, and that he had 4 sons, and they were slain by King David and his servants. Then there's Saph, or who is also known as Seppai. He was another giant according to 2 Samuel chapter 21 verse 18, and he was slain by Sabbakai the Hushathite. The same account can be found in 1 Chronicles 20 verse 4, except that Saph was also known as Sheppai. And then there's Ishbi-Benob. According to 2 Samuel chapter 21 verses 16 through 17, he was another giant, and his spear had weighed 300 shekels. And it appears that he had personally marked King David for death. However, Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, killed Ishbi-Benob instead. Deuteronomy 3, verses 1 through 6, tell us that Og and his people were going to be utterly destroyed. In verse 6, we find out that men, the women, and children of every city under Og's reign were utterly destroyed. And then we have the Egyptian giant. In 1 Chronicles chapter 11, verse 22, we find out that there was an Egyptian giant who was around the same height as Goliath. And like Goliath, he had a massive spear the size of a weaver's beam. And he was slain by Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. And then we have the Amorite giant. In Amos chapter 2 verse 9 we find another giant, and this one was as tall as a cedar tree, and his strength was compared to that of a cedar tree. Let's face it, that was quite a list, and one that proves that Goliath wasn't the only giant mentioned in the Bible. God told Moses to send out a representative of each of the 12 tribes of Israel to spy out the land of Canaan. Now, it was Caleb and Joshua who came back with a very positive report saying that the land was good and bountiful. The other spies that came back, the other 10, they had a very dark report. These spies said that the land indeed flowed with milk and honey, but they also described that the giants, which they eventually saw, lived in walled cities, and that these cities were very great. Deuteronomy 1:28, we find out that the walls of the cities of the giants were so tall that, according to the spies, they appeared to reach up into heaven itself. Some of them measured 70 feet tall at these castles. And quite a number of castles had walls that were 21 feet thick. Now think about this for a second. It would be almost impossible to try to break through a wall that was 21 feet thick. Now, when a castle was under siege, and if the walls were that thick, the enemy would usually try to dig a trench under the castle wall, and then they would load tons and tons and tons of wood underneath the wall and then light it. And that they hoped that the fire would get so hot it would crack the mortar around the castle wall itself, which would force the wall to collapse down. Now, here's a very important question for you. How big were the cities that the giants lived in? By comparison, giants were about 1.5 times to 6.5 times taller than an average human being. Plus, we know that a castle's wall that surrounds it averages around 50 feet in height, and the towers are around 70 feet in height. And by comparison, the spies who went into the land of Canaan stated in Deuteronomy 1:28 that the walls of the cities of the giants reached into heaven. How big were the actual cities now of the giants? Knowing that a castle's wall was around 50 feet tall, and knowing that a giant was around 1.5 times to 6.5 times taller than a normal human being, the end result is that a giant's city wall, depending on how tall the giants were that inhabited that city, it could range anywhere from 75 feet to 320 feet in height. Plus, the thickness, the actual thickness of the city wall could range from 30 feet to over 130 feet thick. And this would have to be, those walls would actually have to be that thick, given the fact that the size of some of those giants were absolutely immense. Now that's not counting how much they weighed. Some of those giants were estimated to weigh more than 3 tons or more than 6,000 pounds, and some even weighed well beyond that. Now, knowing also that many castles had walls that were also surrounding towns which they were protecting, and some of those walls ran for a mile or two. Now, that would mean that the walls surrounding a city of giants could have been anywhere from 1.5 miles to 13 miles long. Now can you understand why most of those spies were so afraid that they said there was no way possible that those cities could be taken? Notice that the pyramid on your left, the pyramid of Menkaure, is considerably smaller than the one in the center, the pyramid of Khufu. By comparison, the pyramid of Menkaure is less than half the height of the Pyramid of Khufu. Still, it's important for you to remember that it stands 218 feet tall. Now, imagine looking straight up the Pyramid of Menkaure. You would be looking straight up the sides of a 22-story office building. Now, add 107 feet to that structure, you would now be looking up the side of a building that was over 32 stories tall. That's how tall some of the walls that surrounded the cities of the giants could have been. Now, I know this may be difficult for some of you to accept, but when we do the math, a number of those city walls where the giants were living could have actually been that tall, and when we take into consideration the actual heights of some of those giants, we have to remember that the walls themselves could quite possibly have been more than 13 miles long. And yet, through faith, the giants and their cities were completely destroyed. Satan and his armies, if you recall, were cast out of heaven during the Great War. Since Satan couldn't take heaven for himself, well, he was going to take earth through this new army he had created, the army of giants. However, God thwarted Satan's plans when he brought forth the great flood. And the problem at this point was it didn't end there. You see, more giants were actually born after the great flood because fallen angels had once again mated with female humans. Now, why would Satan go through so much trouble? Think about this. God wouldn't allow Satan to take over the earth before the great flood, yet Satan tried to take over the earth once again by creating more giants. Now, why would he do this? Why would Satan do this again? It was because in this area that Jesus Christ would be born and preach salvation so that every living person could get saved and enter to heaven. Satan was trying to stop the prophecies of God. There are more than 333 prophecies in the Old Testament that speak of a coming Messiah. And Satan was going to stop this from happening by having his race of giants inhabit the land known as Canaan. And if he could stop the Israelites from claiming the promised land, then Christ would never be able to preach his word of salvation. Therefore, the message of salvation that we have nowadays and for the past 2,000 years would never have come about were the giants able to keep the land of Canaan. You see, in the occult world, it's always been believed that if Satan could stop just one prophecy from coming to pass, then God couldn't be God. Plus, if he could keep the land of Canaan for himself, then Jesus Christ could not have been born there because the Jewish people would never have been able to live in it. The evidence for giants is really overwhelming. However, we'll never see any of the truth of what's going on, archaeologically speaking, with the remains of giants in any of the media forums or newspapers, because if you've been following along in this DVD series, you'll learn that the Illuminati had already taken over most of those media forms back in the 30s. You're going to see the remains of a skeleton that seems to be bunched together. It's actually the remains of a giant that was approximately 9.5 feet tall. Now that's close to the actual size of Goliath. Remember, Goliath, it's believed, according to the measurements, was 9.5 to 11.5 feet tall. Here we have a photo of a partially uncovered skeleton. This particular skeleton is somewhere between 15 to 20 feet in height, and it was discovered in Arabia a number of years ago. This next photo reveals another giant skeleton that had also been partially excavated. Again, this giant, like the last one, ranged somewhere between 15 to 20 feet in height. This particular skeleton, like the other skeletal remains, it's caused a lot of controversy. You see, there's a group of people out there who using CGIs, or what's known as computer graphic imaging, they create these fake photos of giants, or they try to alter photos of genuine giants. Now, by creating such photos, I'm convinced that a number of people are trying to keep the truth behind biblical giants from ever being revealed. You see, the reason for creating such fakes is obvious. If they keep the physical evidence of those events that happened in the Bible from ever being revealed, then they'll be able to keep on saying that the Bible is only a collection of myths and stories, and that it's not supposed to be taken as literal truth. Therefore, mankind is kept from believing in God and getting saved. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a spiritual battle, a battle for the souls of mankind. And the enemy is going to do everything he can to prevent us from getting people saved. This next giant was discovered back in 1895. It stood 12 feet 2 inches tall, and it weighed 4,112 pounds, or 2 tons plus 112 pounds. Plus, on its right hand, it had 6 fingers. Now, to give you a good perspective of its true size, notice that the mummy is resting on the back side of a railroad boxcar. Now, this next photo, we're going to see a man holding the femur bone of a leg, or the upper thigh. That femur bone was 47.24 inches long, or just about 4 feet in length. Now that's absolutely amazing. The femur bone was found in Turkey back in the 1950s in the Euphrates River. Now, take a look at this next photo carefully. A cast model of the femur bone and a scale model of a body had been drawn. And in this next photo, you can see this young foreign exchange student standing right next to a replica of that femur bone. This particular giant was around the same size of that of King Og of Bashan. Now this next photo is absolutely amazing. Here we have what could be a husband and wife who were giants buried side by side, or they could have just been 2 giants who had died in battle. But what's of major interest is the incredible size. If we compare the size of the head of those 2 men digging around those skeletons and compare them to the heads of the skeletons, the heads of the skeletons are about 6 times bigger. This would mean that the skeletal remains of those giants would be somewhere between 30 to 36 feet in height. Now think about this for a second, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, imagine something as tall as a 3.5-story office building chasing after you. And if that doesn't give you pause to consider, these next photos will. In this next photo, we see 3 axes, though it is my understanding that the original shaft of each axe had been replaced because the original shafts were in a very bad state of decay. That lady is around 5.5 feet tall, which would make the center axe somewhere between 11 to 12 feet in height. Now, think of that giant that was around 3.5 office stories tall, or 36 feet in height, chasing you down with a weapon like that. Now in this photo we have 4 heads of one-handed axes. These axes were found in Lake Magadi in the Kalahari Desert in Africa. It would quite literally have to take a giant to be able to wield something so massive and heavy. Archaeological evidence proved that giants were a biblical fact, a reality that made even the most stout-hearted soldier tremble with fear. Nowadays, we no longer have 30 to 36 foot tall giants, but we do have people who do meet the height requirements of some of the giants who were within the 8 to 9.5 foot tall range. At age 15, Robert was already 7 feet 10.5 inches tall, and he weighed 365 pounds. And you can tell by his photo that he wasn't fat, but he was exceedingly tall. Here was a photo of Robert standing next to his dad. Mind you, his father was 6 feet tall. And in this next photo, Robert is 8 feet and 11.1 inches tall and weighs around 439 pounds. Unfortunately, Robert died in 1940 when he was only 22 years old. He died because he got an infection around his ankle and it got out of control. Now, the doctor stated that Robert showed no signs of his height slowing down. Had Robert not died, who knows how tall he could have been. The point you need to remember is that Robert carried the recessive gene of the giants. Now, medically speaking, it is the pituitary gland that determines how tall a person is going to be. However, on a genetic level, it could also be that a person can carry the recessive genes of a giant within them. Now, there are plenty of other examples of modern-day giants. In this next photo, we have Ella Ewing of Gorham, Missouri, who lived from 1872 to 1912. She stood 8 feet 4 inches tall. The identified man on the right stood somewhere around 8.5 feet tall. This next photo shows us Machinov, who was billed as the Russian giant. He was 7 feet 11 inches tall when this photo was taken of him at the Hippodrome in London. When he was only 18 years old, Johann Asson stood 8 feet 9.25 inches tall and weighed 503 pounds. Upon his death, he stood 9 feet 2 inches tall. His mother was almost 7 feet 2 inches tall herself. After looking at modern-day giants, and especially when we look at the archaeological evidence, it's really quite easy to tell that giants once inhabited the earth. Satan had, through genetic manipulation, created the race of giants to, first of all, take over the land of Canaan to prevent the future prophecies of God from ever being able to come true. Next, if the giants weren't destroyed, then Jesus Christ would not have been able to have been in the land of Canaan and given us all access to heaven through his gift of eternal salvation. Plus, Satan had created the giants to create an army for himself. Since he couldn't take heaven, he decided he would take the earth. But still, he was prevented from taking over the earth by creating an army of giants. Nevertheless, Satan was able to take over the world for a season, as found in Matthew 4:8 and Luke 4:5, by getting people to follow him instead of God. Yet, the true brilliancy of Satan was shown when he used genetic manipulation to create the giants. After all, who in those days had ever heard of genetic manipulation? Obviously no one. But since Satan was the wisest of all of God's creation, he did understand such things and used that knowledge to his advantage. Now, that little secret that I was going to reveal, if you recall, I promised that I would reveal to you the second major reason as to why Satan created the race of giants. And I promised that I would prove to you that there was a direct connection between the race of giants and so-called aliens from outer space. And so I shall. I am a man of my word. I'm going to show you the direct connection between giants and aliens. However, not yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indelkoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
As you will soon discover, this was not a good thing. In fact, what was supposed to have been a simple radio program almost ended up in complete disaster. Allow me to explain, just for about 5 minutes, those events which transpired on Halloween Eve back in 1938, and then we'll move further on. The Mercury Theater was, in essence, a theater company that would put on live shows. The Mercury Theater was founded in New York City in 1937 by Orson Welles and John Houseman. This theatrical company became so popular that they were given their own live radio show that became known as the Mercury Theater on the Air. They would put on various live productions on the air, but it was in 1938 that the Mercury Theater Company would put on a show that the world would never forget. On October 30th, 1938, the program started off with a weather report and then an ordinary dance band featuring Raymond Vaccello and his orchestra could be heard playing music in the background. Suddenly, and without warning, the program is interrupted and there is a news flash about strange and unexplainable explosions happening on the planet Mars. Orson Welles, who was playing the part of a famous astronomer from Princeton known as Professor Richard Pearson, briefly discusses the explosions and then just dismisses them as if nothing's really that important about them. Then, as the show progresses, more news interruptions happen, and what began as something uneventful suddenly turns into something very, very frightful. At this point, the news, which was very passive at first, suddenly became very concerned as cylindrical meteorites, which originate from the planet Mars, begin to head towards Earth. Astronomers who had been keeping an eye on these so-called meteors had determined that a number of them had landed in Groves Mill, New Jersey, and other places throughout the world. A reporter named Carl Phillips in Groves Mill, New Jersey, had arrived on the scene where the meteorites had landed. Now, a crowd of curiosity seekers had arrived at the scene as Carl Phillips begins his report. At first, nothing appears to happen as Carl Phillips begins to describe the glowing-like object when suddenly things begin to take a turn for the worse. As Carl Phillips and everyone else looks on, a section of the so-called meteorite begins to unscrew itself. It quickly becomes apparent that this is no meteor, but is in fact a spaceship of some kind. Slowly, a body with 3 tentacle-like legs begin to emerge and tower over the onlookers. All of a sudden, this Martian begins to incinerate the crowd with a heat ray that it emits, which sends everyone into a panic as they desperately try to run away and find some sort of safety. Now, Carl Phillips, who is describing the scene, can be heard screaming out loudly about how people are being shot down and burnt alive by the Martian heat ray. All of a sudden, as he begins to describe something else, the live interview at Grover's Mill goes dead. For a number of seconds, nothing can be heard on the radio until Professor Richard Pearson gets back on air. He is obviously quite shaken by the events of the Martian invasion and tries his best to describe the weapon or the heat ray that had been used, to kill everyone with. Radio communication is once again established, and has become known that the New Jersey State Militia has declared martial law and begin their attack against the Martians. Very quickly, it becomes clear that the New Jersey State Militia is no match for the alien invaders, as they are very quickly wiped out by the heat ray. A number of emergency response bulletins are heard over the airwaves as millions of people flee the surrounding areas. Now, what makes it extremely difficult for people to leave those areas is that 3 Martian cylinders are roaming throughout the countryside, destroying power plants, railroads, bridges, and really just about anything that stands in their way. While these events are transpiring, an unnamed Secretary of the Interior comes on the radio, sounding very much like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and begins advising the nation. Now, somehow, a live connection has been made to the Army Field Artillery Battery, and as live communication is once again going on, this artillery battery manages to wound one of the Martian tripods. However, in the process, some sort of black smoke, which is a poisonous gas, comes out of the vehicle, and people begin to fall like flies. It's during this part of the radio broadcast, another newspaper reporter who's supposed to be broadcasting from the top of the CBS building in New York City is describing that Martians have begun invading the city and can be seen. They are wading across the Hudson River. Poison smoke is drifting over the building, and that people are fleeing for their lives by jumping and diving into the East River like rats. Eventually, this unknown radio broadcaster succumbs to the poison smoke and is no longer heard of again. Now, after that, a desperate-sounding ham radio operator is heard calling 2X2L, calling CQ. Is there anyone on the air?
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmuth Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back of a stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmer's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk and as long as I can see. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the crowd back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain's conferring with someone. Can't quite see who. Ah, yes, I believe it's Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now they've parted, and the professor moves around one side, studying the object, while the captain and 2 policemen advance with something in their hands. I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole. Flag of truce. Those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. Humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. Coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indelkoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
And what made the timing of the broadcast even more convincing and frightening was the fact that we had already gone through World War I and had survived the 1929 stock exchange collapse. Plus, during that time, Europe was already at war, and there were rumors going around that said America would get involved in this World War II. So there really was a lot of good reasons for people to be on edge or even frightened in those days. When Adolf Hitler had heard of the broadcast and the impact it had, he said that it was evidence of the decadence and corrupt condition of democracy. As if I care what he says. But now, is there a connection between the radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds, the Illuminati, and possible alien from another world? In 1937, the Rockefeller Foundation began to fund a new research project to determine the effects of new forms of mass media upon society, especially the effects of radio. And everyone knows the connection between the Rockefeller family and the Illuminati by now. CBS and the Rockefeller Foundation were both contracting the leading crowd psychology researchers of that time. CBS had Edward Bernays as its head researcher. The Rockefeller Foundation had Ivy Lee as its head researcher. Both CBS and the Rockefeller Foundation were the major players in a psychological program known as the Radio Project. One of the key players of the Radio Project was Frank Stanton. At the time, Frank Stanton was also a key member of the research department at CBS during the War of the World broadcast. And it would be Frank Stanton who would eventually become the president of CBS. It is believed, and rightfully so, that the show was purposely done to gauge the effects of an alien invasion and how the public would react. Well, considering that almost 50% of 6 million listeners were convinced or scared witless, I believe that the results were obvious. Now, I may be wrong in this next part, but if memory serves me correctly, I believe a number of people, once they found out that this so-called invasion was from Mars, that a number of these people had actually committed suicide. Now, some of you, if you're really interested, you want to take a closer look into this, check to see if people had committed suicide, but from my memory of those events, if I am correct, I believe quite a number of people did commit suicide once they were convinced we were being invaded by aliens. Now, why would the Illuminati choose flying saucers to scare people with? After all, in 1938, there really was no such thing unless you read about it in some sort of science fiction book or magazine. There were no such things as UFOs or flying saucers being reported, not in that day and age. So, what were they hiding? What was it that the Illuminati were up to, and how did the War of the Worlds fit into their plans? Now, before I explain this, there is something else you need to know. In February of 1949, a retelling of the War of the Worlds had been done. Radio Quito in Quito, Ecuador, had produced a Spanish-language version of Orson Welles' 1938 script. The results were not surprising. Quite literally, the broadcast had set off a major panic. Both the police and the fire brigades had rushed out of town to meet the aliens head-on. Police had thrown open the doors of their churches for people to come in and pray for God's intervention, but obviously there were no aliens for them to contend with. It had been discovered that the radio broadcast was nothing more than a hoax, but now the panic had turned into a riot. Hundreds of people had attacked Radio Quito in El Comercio, which was a local newspaper. There was at least 20 reported deaths in the riot and dozens of injuries. One of the deaths included a girlfriend of one of the producers of the show, and the other one involved his nephew. It was Leonardo Paez and Eduardo Alcaraz who had produced the radio show. While the panic was going on, Paez and Alcaraz were in the studio. Hundreds of people with gas-soaked newspapers were literally burning the building down. Many employees on the inside had to jump out of the windows just to save themselves. Plus, the building of El Comercio was damaged by fire. Paez and Alcaraz were forced to run for their lives while they escaped through the back door. It was Eduardo Alcaraz who was caught almost immediately, and he told the police that it was Leonardo Paez who pulled all the strings and wanted the broadcast to be nothing but a big hoax on the people. Leonardo Paez, according to different accounts, had vanished and was never seen in Quito again. However, supposedly he had moved to Venezuela for the rest of his life. Now, it certainly does appear that if people believe we are under attack from some sort of alien civilization from outer space, fear and panic will happen. In both cases, people became panicked once they believed we were being attacked by aliens, and many people had died as a result. So then, what is the connection with the possible crowd psychology experiment of 1938, the Illuminati, and possible aliens along with UFOs? Let's go immediately to section 3, where we will soon discover the answers. What's the connection between the invasion of aliens, UFOs, and the Nazi regime? In 1938, Nazi Germany was in the middle of creating UFOs. This is a historical fact, and we're going to take a look at the physical evidence now. By definition, a UFO is an unidentified flying object. In other words, we cannot identify the flying object that we may have just seen. And just because the object cannot be identified does not mean it comes from outer space or that it's driven by some sort of alien being. It simply means, for the time being, we cannot identify the flying object we have seen. Now, let's begin with this first photo. It is definitely saucer-shaped with the circular bulge at its top. This next photo is a German Brill flying saucer. The only difference is that this photo was taken much closer than the last one, and because it was taken closer, you can see more of the detailing. But it is still the same ship. Here in this famous photo of George Sutton, what Mr. Sutton had seen was this: the German flying saucer known as Hannibal. I'll explain some more of this as we go along. But no, these are the exact same flying vehicles. In this next photo, we have the famous picture of the so-called UFO that was flying over the Pentagon with impunity. However, what was actually photographed was this: a new and improved model of a German Brill flying saucer. On July 7, 1947, the day of the famous Roswell, New Mexico crash, this photo of a so-called UFO had been taken. Notice that both photos show a flying saucer that has a crescent shape at its rear, and that both so-called UFOs are semicircular in its design. This, again, is a perfect match. In the same year, 1947, Kenneth Arnold, who is considered to be the father of the modern-day UFO movement, in his book, The Coming of the Saucers, showed a drawing of what he had seen the day over Washington. When we line up what Kenneth Arnold had drawn, along with the flying saucer that was created by the Nazis, they match up again. You may be wondering, how can the photos of flying saucers from outer space, which we had first looked at back on DVD 9, Section 3, be matching up with these Nazi ships? After all, UFOs are supposed to be from an advanced civilization way off in outer space, aren't they? The answer, I think by now, is pretty obvious. There are no such things as flying saucers from outer space being driven by aliens from another world and from some sort of advanced civilization. And if these photos are supposed to be evidence of an advanced civilization, answer me this. Why do they have the same landing gear that our airplanes have, and why do they have 60mm cannons under them and around some of them? Surely if these are advanced flying saucers, they wouldn't have the exact same landing gear we have. They would be using something else. I mean, even something possible like electromagnetic fields that allows them to move vertically instead of having to take off horizontally. Now, it was on July 7th, 1947, in Roswell, New Mexico, a flying saucer believed to have been from outer space had crash landed. On July 8, 1947, the local newspaper, the Roswell Daily Record, had reported the incident, which began to get nationwide attention. On the following day, General Ramsey, who was put in charge, stated that no flying saucer was recovered and that it was, in fact, a weather balloon that had crash landed. And those who had been involved in retrieving the so-called UFO, later they recanted their stories. Now, the big question is, was the government covering something up? You know, the United States government, were we hiding something? Of course we were. I mean, folks, for goodness sakes, our government has been involved in more cover-ups than the entire nations of the world combined. But what were they covering up this time? According to the government, they were trying to keep everyone from finding out about a secret project of ours known as Project Mogul. Project Mogul involved high-altitude weather balloons, and supposedly the one discovered in Roswell was one of those balloons that we had been using to spy on the Soviet Union with. A fanciful tale, but that's all it was. I don't believe for 1 minute that's what they were covering. They weren't covering that up. There was something else going on here. And I know they were covering up flying saucers, but not the fictitious ones that come from outer space. They were covering up the ones that come from inner space. In other words, flying saucers that had been created with human hands. Remember, we have already shown that Nazi Germany was heavily involved in manufacturing flying saucers, or what some people call UFOs. As soon as Roswell and the incident that had happened there, our government rushed in immediately to cover up those events. A cover-up project known as Project Sign had been started. The problem was there was way too many people who had witnessed what had happened, and they were unwilling to let the situation go. This was one of those very desperate situations that needed to be handled immediately. It could not become known we were the ones behind making the flying saucers. America could not have the finger pointed at itself for something like that. Remember, we were the good guys. We didn't support the Nazis in any way, let alone have any covert projects. So, in 1948, once it had been determined the incident was not going to die easily, our government created Project Sign to discredit anyone who was saying that the Roswell incident involved UFOs and aliens from another planet. Shortly after Project Sign had ended, a year later in 1949, a new project known as Project Grudge would pick up where Project Sign had ended. All the way up to 1951, Project Grudge had remained active in one way or another until it had been dissolved and replaced. Now, a year later, in 1952, Project Grudge would be replaced by Project Blue Book and would last from 1952 all the way through December of 1969. In theory, Project Blue Book had two goals: to determine if UFOs were a threat to national security and to scientifically analyze UFO-related data. Now, when Project Blue Book was dissolved in December of 1969, the Air Force provided a summary of the intelligence that had been gathered. No UFOs reported, investigated, or evaluated by the Air Force was ever an indication of threat to our national security. There was no evidence submitted to or discovered by the U.S. Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments of principles beyond the range of modern scientific knowledge, and there was no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified were extraterrestrial vehicles. By the time Project Blue Book was closed, 12,618 UFO reports had been investigated. They were, for the most part, categorized as misidentifications of natural phenomenon or conventional aircraft, though there were a number which has never been explained to this very day. Now, the Allies defeated and freed Germany from the villainous clutches of Adolf Hitler and those who followed him. And it had become known that dozens of German scientists had been brought here to America to work on the Manhattan Project under the leadership of J. Robert Oppenheimer, who was an American theoretical physicist. What no one knew at the time was that there were thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of German scientists who were brought here to the United States to work on a different project. This new and highly secretive project was known as Operation Paperclip. Interesting enough, many of the German scientists involved in Operation Paperclip were ardent Nazis and were guilty of more crimes against humanity than I could write about. In order to allow all these people to work in the United States, a lot of paper shuffling and lying had to be done. In the case of Werner von Braun, the original document on him stated that subject is regarded as a potential security threat by the military governor. Of course the guy was a threat. The guy was a hardcore Nazi. and from 1937 to 1945, he was the technical director of the Piano Mundi Rocket Research Center, where the V-2 rocket, which was devastating England at the time, had been developed. Yet, he was allowed to work on American soil in a secret government factory, on one of our military bases, and on a super secret United States project. So that Bernard von Braun could work on this project, his files were altered so that they now read, "No derogatory information is available on the subject. It is the opinion of the military governor that he may not constitute a security threat to the United States." Notice how the military governor had miraculously changed his tune. Von Braun was at first a threat, but now suddenly he is no longer a threat. Just amazes me the length some of our own people in our government was willing to go to. I mean, it just amazes me. But no, in the case of Arthur Rudolph, who was the operations director of the Mittelwerk factory at the Dora Nordhausen concentration camps, where 20,000 workers died from beatings, hangings, or starvation, the military file on him stated, 100% Nazi, dangerous type, security threat, suggests internment. Yet, his records were altered to where they read, nothing in his records indicating that he was a war criminal or an ardent Nazi or otherwise objectionable. Considering the type of war criminals and scum we allowed to work on Project Paperclip, can you begin to understand how desperate our own government had to have been? They were desperate to hide the fact that the Nazis had built flying saucers that were being seen and photographed, and that now we were going to duplicate and improve on what they had done. Further proof that the American government were well aware of Nazi flying saucers can be found in this very rare newspaper article. This military newspaper article was allowed in before we had all the censorship going on. But the important thing to note is that we were well aware that the Nazis had and were developing flying vehicles that could fly upwards to 10,000 miles per hour. In partnership with the Nazi Party and the Thule Society, the latter of which was a major occult society in Nazi Germany, the Brill Society, another occult society in Nazi Germany, developed a series of flying saucer prototypes, and it was these prototypes that had the American government greatly concerned. Interesting enough, the word Brill means to be God-like, or to be like God. And it has already been demonstrated that these same Brill ships were the ones people had mistaken as UFOs or aliens from another planet. In this next photo, we can see the designs for a Nazi flying saucer called the Hannibal 1. And in these next photos, we have the Nazi Hannibal 1 flying saucers that had been built. In this next photo, we can see the designs for the new and improved Hannibal model known as the Hannibal 2. Now, here we have a very rare color photo of a Hannibal 2. Now, if you take a good look at the two men standing at the top of this Hannibal 2, it will give you a good idea just how big this ship was. The next Nazi flying saucer on the list was known as the Hannibal 3. The following photo is an illustration of what the Hannibal 3 looked like. In this photo, we have the Hannibal 4. Like previous models, it too had been upgraded, but it was never to be realized because its construction was to begin in 1946, and the war had already ended before then. The Vril flying saucer was another design that seems to have been favored by Nazi Germany. In this first photo, towards the bottom right, you can see Adolf Hitler touring this Vril factory. And towards the left is part of the Vril flying saucer under construction. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, as you view these photos, that these flying saucers were created under orders from Adolf Hitler, who was a puppet of the Illuminati. And when the Illuminati told Adolf Hitler or anyone else what to do, they did it. And these ships were being built in cooperation with the Thule and the Vril societies of Nazi Germany that were also occult groups. Now, another one of the Nazi created flying saucers was known as the Flugzeug. The designs for this particular flying saucer, or what is also known as a lenticular flying disc, called for it to be a one-man spaceship. The classical flying saucer design was basically designed by Dr. Rudolf Schreiber, and it would be Dr. Whith, who was another brilliant Nazi scientist, who would modify the design in early models, and he worked on these for quite a number of years. Now, by the time 1945 rolled around, this particular flying saucer was about to be put into mass production. However, the factories in Prague were being overrun by the Allies, so needless to say, the Nazis were never able to complete this project. What was called Die Glocke, or translated from the German, the bell, was one of the most interesting of all Nazi-designed flying saucers. Instead of having any saucer shape like so many of the other flying saucers had, this one actually had a bell-shaped design to it. And what's really interesting about it is that it was designed in a way that it would allow it to lift up vertically instead of using a mile-long runway and take off from it vertically. And this was of critical importance because Allied forces were literally destroying the airfields of Nazi Germany, so improvement on flying saucers were going to have to be made if they were going to be put into operational use. In these next two photos, you can see the takeoff pads or circles that the flying saucers known as Die Glocke would be taking off from. And if you notice, there are no runways. These so-called flying saucers could simply take off vertically. The designs for the Andromeda flying saucer should be immediately familiar to everyone by now. This was going to be among the biggest flying saucers that Nazi Germany was ever going to build. According to the specs, the Andromeda ship was going to be 647 feet across, and if you look in the center of the specifications, it would be able to house the Hannibal flying saucer, and looking to the right of it, it could be able to carry a number of the Vril flying saucer ships also. In other words, the Andromeda ship was going to be a mother ship, a flying saucer ship that could carry multiple flying saucers within itself. Now, isn't this part of the propaganda you and I have been fed for almost 75 years by now? Think about this, that, you know, there could be motherships that could be flying overhead. I mean, this would astound anyone who would see anything of this size. We don't have anything this big. But it had been designed by Nazi Germany itself 75 years ago. Think of the improvements we must have made on those ships by now. Once America had the Nazi scientists and the designs for all sorts of UFOs in their hands, the military government went into high gear. So-called UFOs were no longer being made by Nazi Germany, but by our own military personnel. If you remember, this was the classic flying saucer design that had been created by the Nazis back in 1945. Here we have the new and improved version known as the Abacar, which had been built here on American soil using Nazi technology. The Abacar, like the Bell, was also designed to where it could take off vertically instead of horizontally on a runway. An improved version of the Abacar was in the making in 1959, but it never became realized. Now, under the covert operation known as Project Silverbug, another flying saucer-like vehicle had been created. A perfected version of the very first lenticular reentry vehicle had been designed, and it would have a spade-like appearance to it. Eventually, it would be improved upon by military personnel, as this next photo testifies to. This would be done under the covert operation known as Project Y, and would be created as a much superior version of the Abacar, or the classic flying saucer vehicle. If you'll remember, it's the pyramid-shaped or triangle design UFO that we have already looked at. This particular design, which was created under the Aurora Project, has been seen throughout the world in places like Belgium, Japan, England, and even in different parts of the United States, and was featured in the Discover magazine. It's the exact same triangle design which we have already seen in previous photos back in DVD 9 Section 3. And, like other UFOs that was built in America, it eventually became improved upon. In this next photo, we have the Lockheed SR-75 penetrator, sleeker in design to the TR-3B we just viewed. Eventually, one of the greatest stealth planes ever created had become a reality. Here we have the Lockheed 117E Stealth Reconnaissance Vehicle. And it's easy to tell that the design came from the triangle-shaped flying saucer, or what is known as the TR-3B. Once again, if you ladies and gentlemen will recall, we had all looked at quite a number of the classic flying saucer design that was created by the Nazis. At first, they were known as Avro cars. However, as always, the United States military improved upon them. In this next photo, we have the perfect example of what looks like a classic flying saucer. It is now designated as another lenticular reentry vehicle, or LRV for short. It is 40 feet long, and unless you're looking at it from above, most people would swear that they had just seen a genuine UFO from outer space. Kenneth Arnold, who has been called the father of the modern-day UFO movement, in this next photo, is showing a drawing he claims of a UFO that he personally saw back in 1947. Let me show you what I am convinced he had mistaken for a so-called UFO, as so many people in the past have. In this photo, you will see what is known as the German Hortenho 9. It was originally built back in Nazi Germany in the 1940s. And as this next photo will demonstrate, if you don't look at this plane from above, you can easily mistake it as some sort of UFO from outer space. Remember, when Arnold had originally seen the 9 UFOs, he saw them from a distance of approximately 23 miles away when he was flying over Mount Rainier. So he couldn't have easily have seen them. Truth of the matter is, he could have very, very easily have been mistaken over what he had seen. Further evidence of this can be seen in these next photos. The first photo will show you 9 Horton Ho 9s sitting on Nazi runway, and the next photo shows another formation of the same plane sitting on another Nazi runway. Like all previous UFO designs, the Nazis had improved on the Horton Ho 9 design. Here we have the Horton Ho 229 design. It was this particular model of the Horton Ho that I believe Kenneth Arnold had seen before this was built, which was only 2 years before his original UFO incident. All previous versions of the Horton Ho design was put to shame when America came up with the F-117. The F-117 was sleeker in design, and as a stealth plane, it had no equal when it had originally been created. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. By comparing old photos of supposed UFOs, we have demonstrated that every single one of them had been created by the Nazis during the 1930s and 40s. We have also demonstrated that after Allied forces had defeated Nazi Germany, that America had taken thousands of German scientists, many of whom were hardcore Nazis, and brought them here to work on military bases and covert projects. Among those projects that the Nazis worked on for the United States of America were supposed UFOs, which, the photos have proven, were advancements in aeronautics. I am convinced that Kenneth Arnold, along with thousands of others, have made a serious mistake. They all believed that they had seen UFOs from another planet flying around the world. However, photographic evidence, flying saucer designs, and historical facts have proven otherwise. Now the big question is, why? Why has the American military and branches of the intelligence community gone through such length? What was the military hiding back in 1947 during the Roswell incidents? Well, the answer to this is obvious. They were hiding the fact that UFOs were not vehicles from outer space or a far-off distant planet. No, UFOs were made in inner space and not outer space. And since this is the case, what is the United States military hiding from us now? Why have they been making so many improvements and newer designs of flying saucers, or as some people would say, UFOs? Do they have an agenda? A dark and dangerous secret agenda that allies with the Illuminati in their plans for a new world order? The answer is a resounding yes. How have they been, the military now, been conditioning us to continuously believe from one generation to the next in UFOs? Mainly through movies and television shows. We're going to first examine a number of movies, mainly from around the same period as the Roswell incident, and try to determine the conditioning process that has been used on all of us. In the opening scenes of this movie, everyone is seen around Washington, D.C., looking at various monuments, playing baseballs, and having picnics. All of a sudden, a UFO is seen flying over our national monuments. Within minutes, the ship lands in the middle of a baseball field and remains dormant. Eventually, an alien named Klaatu emerges from the ship. As the military and various spectators look on, Klaatu reaches into his spaceship and pulls out a device. One of the soldiers, not knowing what this device is, decides to shoot Klaatu. Suddenly, this 7 to 8 foot tall metallic robot named Gort emerges from the ship, and a laser beam is emitted from where his eyes would be, and he begins to destroy the military weapons. Klaatu, the alien visitor, commands Gort to stop his actions, and once he has recovered somewhat, he explains to the military that the device he had was a present for the President of the United States of America. And that particular president would have been able to use that present to communicate with other civilizations throughout the galaxy. Klaatu is brought to the Walter Reed Army Hospital to be treated for his gunshot wound and to recover. A representative from the White House is told by Klaatu that he wants to meet with the head of every single nation because it has come to the attention of those planets that Klaatu is representing that they are aware that Earth has discovered the atomic bomb and will soon be flying in outer space. And given the violent nature of humanity, he has come to give the Earth a very stern warning. It is explained to Klaatu that this meeting with every single head of state would be impossible due to the Cold War. Klaatu is put under house arrest but decides to leave the hospital anyway to see what humanity is like for himself. He comes across a boarding house and decides to rent a room where he becomes friends of this widowed lady named Anne and her son named Bobby. A day or so later, Anne's boyfriend wants to take her out, but since it's the weekend, Bobby is home and there's no babysitter for him. Klaatu informs Anne that he'll watch Bobby for her, and she decides to go out with her boyfriend. Since Bobby knows that Klaatu is a stranger, he decides to take him on a tour of Washington, D.C. Once they're done seeing all the various monuments, Bobby takes Klaatu to the Arlington National Cemetery where his father had been buried. As the story progresses, Klaatu meets up with an Earth scientist and reveals who he really is and his mission. This professor decides that the best way to get the world's leaders' attention would be for Klaatu to demonstrate his power, but not in any destructive form. Klaatu then goes back to his ship and decides to shut down all the world's power systems except for the ones that are running airplanes, hospitals, and other vital things. This way, no one is hurt and he gets his message across. While this global power outage is going on, the military, in their infinite wisdom, decides that the only thing left to do, hunt down and kill Klaatu. A national announcement is made and the manhunt for Klaatu begins. The military confiscates Klaatu's ship and encases Gort, that giant robot, in some sort of super advanced plastic. Eventually, Klaatu is shot dead, but before he dies, he gives Anne an instruction to go to his robot Gort and say the following words: Klaatu Barada Nikto. Anne manages to blend into the crowd once the military has surrounded the corpse of Klaatu, and she goes to the spaceship and tells Gort the message that was given to her. At this point, Gort has become aware of Klaatu's death and melts out of his plastic prison and quite literally goes on a killing spree. But Anne bravely confronts Gort and delivers Klaatu's message. Gort obeys the command that was given to him and goes to find the body of Klaatu. Gort finds Klaatu's body in a jail cell and brings it back to the spaceship. Once there, Gort puts Klaatu into a device, and after a minute, Klaatu is resurrected. Klaatu then takes Anne and escorts her off of his ship because he is about to leave the Earth. Right before he is about to depart, Klaatu gives the people of the Earth a warning that they need to straighten up because the consequences would be too dire for them to handle. They need to learn to be a peaceful people. However, he leaves that decision up to them and he flies off. The end. Now, was there anything at all in this movie that looked familiar to you? Something that you had already seen? Let's move on. In the opening scene of Earth versus the Flying Saucers, a scientist and his fiancée are driving down the highway and encounters a flying saucers. Accidentally, the tape recorder that's in the back of the car had been left on and records a very strange, high-pitched humming sound. After the flying saucer leaves, the scientist and his fiancée reach their destination, which is an underground military bunker where, for several months now, they have been sending rockets into outer space. For some unknown reasons, the rockets are being blown up once they achieve orbit, and eventually it does become known that the aliens were the ones behind the rocket's destruction. As the story progresses, the aliens begin to make their presence known, and in a massive wave, they begin to attack the Earth. The military arrive with their weapons and began to open fire on the flying saucers that had landed, and the aliens, but the military quickly discovers that they are absolutely no match for the aliens' advanced technology. During one of the encounters with the military, the aliens capture and bring aboard the spaceship a very important general. After they speak with the general, it soon becomes clear he is not going to help them. So the aliens decide to use a mind probe on him, which quickly turns him into a mindless zombie type of thing. Shortly thereafter, the scientist and his fiancée are also brought aboard the flying saucer, where they soon discover what happened to the general, who happens to also be this lady's father. Somehow, the scientist and his fiancée manages to escape and begins to develop an anti-gravitational device that will bring the spaceships down. Once they have captured an alien, which looks like one of the so-called Greys everyone is talking about, they learn all the information they need to know and create the anti-gravitational device. The aliens become aware of this device and begin an all-out assault. However, a number of these anti-gravitational machines have already been assembled and loaded onto military vehicles. One by one, the flying saucers are brought down, and in the end, they are completely defeated. The end. Now, let me ask you once again, was there anything in this motion picture that was familiar for you? Something that you may have already seen throughout this DVD series? I'm not referring to the gray aliens either. Anything? The original 1951 movie, The Thing from Another World, takes place at the North Pole. A team of scientists and military personnel sees an unidentified object on the radar screen. So whatever it was so huge that it was actually affecting compasses and throwing them off entirely. It's then decided that they would fly off to the area where the object could possibly be and investigate what's going on. Eventually, the team makes it to the location and discovers that what this thing is, whatever it is, has crashed through the ice and is now locked underneath in the water. As they were trying to determine the size and shape of this unknown object, it quickly becomes apparent that this object is perfectly round. Finally, they realize that it has to be a flying saucer. And their suspicions are confirmed when they find some sort of fin sticking out of the ice in the area, just, where they were just examining it. It's decided at that point, due to an incoming snowstorm, that they will use a thermal device to melt the ice so that they can try to get into the spaceship. Unfortunately, once the thermal device has been used, a self-destruct mechanism within the ship goes off and nothing of the spaceship is left. However, the alien inside of the ship is frozen in another section of the ice, so they decide to cut the block of ice free, and they bring the frozen alien back to their base camp. Once the block of ice has been secured, the officers in charge decide to call a superior, but due to a coming snowstorm, they can't get back any orders that they can understand. All that they know at this point is that they're supposed to make sure nothing happens to the alien that is still frozen in that block of ice. As the movie progresses, the ice block that was holding the alien locked inside was accidentally melted because of an electric blanket, and the creature is set free. This space creature begins to go on a killing spree, and when the military confronts him for the first time, they quickly discover that their bullets are completely ineffective against him. The scientists figure out, through a number of experiments, that this creature is nothing more than a glorified plant that needs blood in order to survive. So it's sort of like a vampire plant, if you would. I mean, if that makes sense, but that's the movie. Once again, the creature manages to break into parts of the camp, and since bullets didn't affect him, it's decided that they would douse him with gasoline and light him on fire. Eventually, in a final confrontation, it's decided that they would try to cook the creature with something hotter than gasoline. They would cook him with electricity. After the military men had tricked the alien to come down after them, through a particular corridor, they throw the switch and quite literally fry the alien into ashes. And once again, humanity has been saved. The end. So, have you figured out what I've been trying to get to yet? Was there anything at all within this movie that you have already seen in this DVD series? In the opening scenes of the 1955 movie, This Island Earth, a scientist known as Dr. Cal Meacham arrives at an airport so he can take off for a very important conference on energy. On his way back home, Dr. Meacham's plane and the engine shuts down, and he is saved by an unknown force, though his assistant Joe believes he saw a UFO. Dr. Meacham and Joe arrive back at his workshop, and when they arrive there, there's a strange package. Now, the item is a mysterious book that is not made out of paper, but out of some unknown metals, something that's as flexible and wobbly as paper, but it's made out of metal. This strange book is a catalog for a machine that has more than 2,000 parts in it. At this point, they have no idea what the machine is or what it does, but they decide to order all of the parts anyways from an unknown source. A person who is known as Exeter contacts Dr. Meacham on the interocitor that was assembled and explains to him that he has passed a test to determine his level of intelligence. Dr. Meacham is invited to join a team of scientists who are working together for the advancement of humanity by creating various sources of energy. Out of scientific curiosity, Dr. Meacham agrees to become part of this team and is flown out to meet them all. It's obvious that everything is not exactly what it appears to be, especially when Exeter and his assistant, known as Brock, appears. They seem human, but they have these very large frontal lobes. In a private meeting in his office, Exeter and Brock communicate with a person who appears to be in charge on one of those interocitors, and this person is simply known as the Monitor. The Monitor tells Exeter and Brock that they will have to return back to their home planet soon with the uranium and other sources of energies they were instructed to create in order to save their planet. It seems that their world, known as Metaluna, is under attack from another alien civilization, and they have depleted almost all of their energy resources to keep up a protective barrier around their planet. Eventually, Dr. Meacham and a lady scientist known as Ruth decide to escape by jumping into a plane. They don't get far because a flying saucer using some sort of tractor beam takes them into outer space. Once they're aboard the flying saucer, Exeter explains the situation to them, and for the most part, he seems honest enough with good intentions. In order that they can survive the gravitational differences on Metaluna, Cal and Ruth are placed in tubes so that they can be properly pressurized to Metaluna's gravity and the forces of outer space. After they've been pressurized, Cal and Ruth are brought to the front of the ship, and they slowly begin to see Metaluna coming in sight. But they do not land on the surface of Metaluna. Instead, the spaceship is steered into the planet. And this is done because Metaluna has been attacked from that other alien civilization for so long. The civilization of Metaluna had been moved underground. The top surface you can't dwell on anymore. Exeter brings a scientist to the Monitor because he's convinced that with their great scientific knowledge, Cal and Ruth can be of service to Metaluna. The Monitor decides against Exeter's plans and instead orders Cal and Ruth to be taken to another place where their minds can be wiped clean. Minutes later, Exeter helps his friends to escape, where they make their way back to his spaceship. Now, on the way, they're stopped by a guard known as a mutant. Exeter confronts the mutant and orders it to step aside. Just as they're about to steer clear of this mutant, it attacks Exeter, who becomes very severely wounded. Cal picks up an object and beats the mutant into submission, and they make their way back to their spaceship. Unknown to Exeter and the scientists, the severely wounded mutant has made it aboard the ship. And while they're all in those pressure tubes again, the mutant begins to attack the tube that Ruth is in. The tube eventually releases Ruth, and as she tries to escape, the mutant captures her. After Cal, who is finally released from his tube, fights the mutant, the creature eventually dies because of its prior injuries. Exeter, who is also dying, is able to seize control of the ship and brings Cal and Earth back to Earth. Using the same tractor beam as before, Exeter sets the scientists free, but since the ship no longer has any power, it crashes into the ocean and Exeter dies. The end. The conditioning process I've been trying to get you folks to understand first started with the 1938 radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds, and that's where we're going to end all this. As the story goes, what appears to be a meteor passes over this town and crash lands in some field. A scientist who is on vacation in the area goes out with the town folks to see the so-called meteor. And as was told in the famous book, a newsman shows up so he can broadcast what is going on. Whatever it is that crash landed may not be a meteor after all, because when someone tries to pick up a pickaxe and hit it, instead of pieces of rock falling off, everyone hears a very high-pitched ringing sound. And at the same time, interesting enough, a Geiger counter that is in the back of the scientist's car suddenly goes off, and it quickly becomes apparent that whatever this is highly radioactive. So everyone is told to leave, but 3 people who are left behind as guards. Now, after it gets dark outside, the 3 men who are on guard suddenly hears a scraping type of sound. They look at the meteor and begin to see that the top of it is slowly beginning to unscrew itself. About a minute later, they see this spaceship slowly rising out of the so-called meteor. The 3 guards decide to approach the ship while waving a white flag and a white handkerchief in order to prove that they're friendly. The Martians' response is, "Shoot to kill." Well, the military soon gets involved, and while they're trying to figure out what's going on and how to deal with the flying saucers that are just hovering now, a Catholic priest decides to go on a missionary trip and confronts the Martians with the intent of speaking to them about God. Meanwhile, the Catholic priest's niece is watching on, and as she does, the Martians respond to the Catholic priest's intentions by killing them. Well, at that moment, the military immediately opens fire, and the flying saucers have some sort of force field around them and cannot be touched by anything. The Martians have determined that it's time to execute their plans and goes on a killing spree, destroying anything in their path. Around the world, you can see different cities and such being blasted out of existence. Meanwhile, the scientist and Anne escape the area in a plane but is shot down by one of the flying saucers, and they quickly make their way into a farmhouse. While trying to find a safe way out of the back door of the farmhouse, an alien periscope comes out of the spaceship and enters into the farmhouse and begins to look around. Anne screams off her head, and the scientist beats the periscope until it drops. He takes the camera part of the periscope with him for further examination later on. Once the periscope had been destroyed, an alien shows up in the farmhouse and demonstrates a severe weakness when it runs away from a flashlight that was shined on its face. It's obvious very, very light sensitive. Anne and the scientist barely escapes with their lives as the Martians decide to blow up the farmhouse at this point. Anne and the scientist get separated, and eventually he finds her in a church building. Eventually, what happens? Even though you find out that an atom bomb cannot destroy the spaceship, suddenly the ships begin to crash onto the Earth. You find out towards the end of the movie that the Martians have died because of the germs and bacteria in our atmosphere. We have a natural immunity against such things. However, the Martians do not, and mankind is once again spared from an alien invasion. The end. There is one last photo I'd like you folks to take note of. In this photo, you will see a YB-49 airplane. It was this type of airplane that was used to fly the atom bomb that would be dropped on top of the flying saucers in the War of the Worlds. But wait a second. Hasn't this plane already been identified as one of the UFOs our government, through the military, have created? Now isn't that a curious thing? The spaceships. Every single one of the flying saucers, UFOs, spaceships, or whatever you want to call them, you have already seen. Now let me demonstrate this. Here we have the spaceship which Klaatu had flown in the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. And here, in this next photo, we have an almost perfect copy of that same ship that has already been identified as one being made by Nazi Germany. This next one, this is one of the flying saucers that was attacking the world in the movie Earth versus the Flying Saucers. And yet, we have another perfect match with the flying saucer that the Nazis created, known as a Hannibal II. In this movie, The Thing from Another World, we never got to see the actual spaceship itself. However, we do know that it was saucer-shaped and could easily match any number of man-made flying saucers. Notice how they line up perfectly. Plus, in the same movie, it would have been this plane that would have been used to drop the atomic bomb on the alien spaceship. But, as it has already been pointed out, this is nothing but a Horten Ho 9 aircraft that was created by Nazi Germany and improved upon by Nazi scientists working for the United States government. Now, let me explain in very easy steps how we've all been conditioned to believe in aliens and UFOs. In the infamous Roswell incident, a so-called UFO crash landed. The fact is, it was not a UFO from outer space. It was a saucer-shaped vehicle that had been built by the military. In order to cover their tracks, the military purposely went out of their way to hide the truth of what had happened. By trying to conceal the incident, the military knew people would suspect a conspiracy of silence, and it worked. People were now being conditioned through the movies that UFOs were the creations of aliens from outer space. By rediverting attention, no one would ever have suspected that UFOs were actually man-made vehicles. The 50s were known as the golden age of flying saucer movies. Why? Because we were constantly being bombarded with the threat of aliens from outer space. The psychological conditions that our government wanted to impose upon us worked flawlessly. In a declassified CIA memorandum, the following was revealed. It is concluded that the problems connected with unidentified flying objects appear to have implications for psychological warfare. I suggest that we discuss at an early board meeting the possible offensive and defensive utilization of these phenomena for psychological warfare purposes. This memorandum was directed to the director of the Psychological Strategy Board, and the subject that was typed out on it was the flying saucers and how they could be used as a psychological weapon. Our government was well aware of the damaging psychological effects of the 1938 radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds and just how damaging those effects had on the American populace. And that the thing that had caused such a panic was the invasion of aliens from outer space. It had a very profound psychological effect the first time around, so our own government decided to use it again to hide the fact that they were the ones that had created the flying saucers from Nazi designs and had used psychological methods to get all of us to believe that UFOs are flown by aliens from outer space. And that by using these psychological weapons against us, they could hide the fact that they have always been the ones creating and manufacturing flying saucers and not aliens from outer space. So the big question becomes, why? In the 60s, television became the new thing, and it was through this television show that the conditioning process would continue. Most importantly, in order to keep this conditioning process going, the same kind of UFO vehicles must be used. In other words, since you've been psychologically conditioned to believe that certain shapes represent UFOs, then these same ships must be used in television shows that deal with outer space or aliens. Let's go briefly through a number of television shows so you'll see what I'm talking about. Since you ladies and gentlemen have already seen me make comparisons between UFOs in the movies to those that were made by our government, I won't give you any more lengthy explanation. I will simply show you the television show and their vehicles, which you'll be able to immediately identify as flying saucers that we have already seen had been built by the military. To begin with, let's start with My Favorite Martian. Now, in 1963, My Favorite Martian was aired, and it was the first television show about a Martian that would be living here on the Earth. The Invaders was the first television show that I remember in which we were covertly being invaded by these aliens from another planet. Then there has to be the penultimate television show about alien and monsters, which was known as Lost in Space. And the Jupiter 2, the spaceship, was modeled after the classic flying saucer design. Interesting enough, when they tried to revive interest in the television series by making Lost in Space into a movie, the Jupiter 2 took on more of a triangular or pyramid design, which you already know of our own military had created for psychological warfare. Then there was The Land of the Giants. This was another one of those television shows I know the vast majority of people will remember. The spindrift spaceship was fashioned after the spade-shaped Avrocar that our government had been perfecting. Now, if you've never heard of anything related to Star Trek in your entire life, then you are from another planet. And like the one in this photo, the vast majority of ships in this show were saucer designs. Now, the British invasion didn't just involve music. It also involved television shows. Now, the tripods was basically about the Earth had been taken over by these aliens referred to as the tripods, and their vehicles were very much like the vehicles driven by the Martians in that movie, The War of the Worlds. This picture you're looking at is known as a cap. In this series, everyone would be taken aboard one of the tripods, one of those space vehicles, have their heads shaved, and have this gold cap grafted onto their bare heads. Once they did this, the person would literally lose all sense of individuality and walk about in a passive state. What is remarkably interesting is that this gold cap is shaped exactly like the Illuminati capstone, and if you look carefully in the center of this design, in this next photo, you should be able to see an eye that looks very much like the Eye of Horus, or what is also known in the Illuminati as the eye in the capstone, which is the oldest symbol for the Order of the Illuminati. And trust me, folks, none of this is an accident or coincidental. In 1983, a miniseries took the United States by storm. It was called and it was a miniseries about an alien race that were actual lizards who were going to covertly bleed the earth dry of all its waters. And their spaceships, which were 5 miles across, is your typical flying saucer designed spaceship. The miniseries, had become such a cult classic that a TV series after the same name was created. And in this next photo, you can see that the spaceship basically still is a flying saucer design, but it became modified. Though this is not unexpected, since our military has modified many of the Nazi-created flying saucers in the past for covert reasons and for the use of psychological warfare on all of us. Another import from Great Britain was called UFO. In a joint effort, Great Britain and America would be defending Earth from flying saucers that was trying to invade us. Once again, Illuminati symbolism could be seen in this show. The joint British and American task force was headed under a group known as Shadow. It was spelled S-H-A-D-O. It was an anagram. Now, this unseen group, Shadow, was running the operations behind the scenes without anyone's knowledge and operating underneath a movie studio. And the shadow government of the Illuminati are still running everything behind the scenes, just like the one in this TV series. The symbol of shadow appears to be surrounded by a circle. However, upon closer examination, you will see that this is the letter G. This is the same cryptic letter that is used in the Order of Freemasonry. And especially in this case, since this is another reference to the Illuminati, the G stands for God, but we all know that the God that they're talking about is a false god known as Lucifer. The 50s were known as the golden age for UFO movies and so-called alien invasions from outer space. Once television became the thing to watch, from the 60s to present day, the constant bombardment of aliens, UFOs, invasions from outer space, and so on continued. The governments of this world, because of the psychological and conditioning programs they have in place, do not want us to believe that they're the ones who's creating flying saucers. Instead, by continuing to bombard us with a never-ending stream of outer space programs, they do want us to believe in aliens and that flying saucers come from advanced civilizations way off in outer space. Once again, though, ladies and gentlemen, we come to that all-important question. Why? Why do the governments of this world want us to so desperately believe that it's aliens from another planet who are making all these flying saucers and not us? I'll tell you why. All these things are part of a hidden agenda, an agenda of biblical proportion, one that is so colossal in scope that it has taken the Order of the Illuminati almost 75 years to prepare for it, and it will affect every single person on the face of the earth. And I will explain in detail what this agenda of theirs is in the next section that is known as Questions and Answers.
Now, Doc, in your expertise, are these real nuts and bolts crafts? Are they out of this world or in this world?
Well, Kenneth Arnold was among millions and millions of people who believe in UFOs, but the problem is, you see, Kenneth Arnold was wrong. He was flat out wrong. It was and it wasn't a case of mistaken identity. Let's examine the evidence once more. Kenneth Arnold stated that when he saw those 9 objects, he was 20 to 25 miles away. Now that's 20 to 25 miles away, Corey. That's a huge distance. So that raises a serious flag right there. But the most compelling evidence, which demonstrates he did not see a so-called flying saucer from outer space, is actually in his own book called The Coming of the Saucers. Now, if we look at this photo here, this is a rendition of what Kenneth Arnold stated he had seen back in 1947. And yet, at the same time, Nazi Germany had already perfected the Horten Hoe. Now, we've already demonstrated, we've proven that the Horten Hoe, was improved upon by our own military scientists. There's nothing about Kenneth Arnold's encounter that cannot be explained away. The fact of the matter is, it was simply a case of mistaken identity. That's all it was. I mean, we can just take a look by comparison, because no one knew at that time that our own government was secretly building these types of aircraft.
I mean, if it was just Kenneth Arnold alone, I could see your point, I guess, in a major way, and Kenneth Arnold was 23 to 26 miles away, so he could have been seeing anything.
Yeah.
But there's been millions of eyewitnesses. Could they all be wrong?
Okay, let's use the Kenneth Arnold incident again here. Newspapers, excuse me, of those days was reporting what had been seen. Now, here we have a photo from the Tulsa, Oklahoma newspaper, and here we have another photo. These were taken just about the same time. Now, my question is, what are they?
I mean, all the eyewitnesses agree, or to some extent, that these are flying saucers, correct?
Okay. Can you tell that they are flying saucers by looking at the photos?
Not right off the bat, no.
No, that's my point. If we go by the photographic evidence, and these were taken at nighttime, just using the regular cameras that they had in those day and age, there is absolutely no way you can say that these are flying saucers.
Okay, I'll go with all that for now, but now I have to ask you about the ancient drawings and even the so-called new TV series, Ancient Aliens. They'll have us depict these ancient drawings as ancient UFOs and how they bring even the modern day ties. But now we look at this one painting. Is this supposed to be a UFO, or is this some kind of a balloon?
You can't tell me what it is. That's the problem. And just because we know it's not a balloon does not suddenly make it a UFO.
Alright, take a look at this next photo. You see these people looking up into the sky. Some of them's not paying attention at all, but is this supposed to be some UFO wandering around in the nighttime sky?
No, because, okay, let's look at this, this section here. Let's look at this enlarged version. Okay, you will see a cloud with a nimbus or halo. Now, this denotes the holiness of God, and upon further examination, you will notice that the cloud is filled up with angels or saints that also have halos around their heads. That painting is not about aliens or UFOs. It shows God's divine blessing upon the Virgin Mary when she was being told that she was going to have the Christ child and nothing more.
Could you just say that even this next painting as just a comet themselves. How do you explain the people inside the comets?
Well, let's take a look at this one anyways. We see the crucifixion of Christ, and on either side we see, if we look down here, the enlarged versions of comets. Now, people are trying to say that because these beings are inside, whatever these are, that makes them UFOs, ergo these must be space aliens. Well, it's not how it works. You see, in classical and Renaissance paintings during those periods, beings like angels and saints were always depicted in these type of mystical ways. Some had halos, some did not have halos, some had wings, some did not have wings. So it's really left to interpretation because, quite honestly, let's be honest, at this period of time, I mean, this is how they were painting, but right now, we don't know exactly what was in the artist's mind, so it's really left up to interpretation.
Right, and I guess the most damaging part of these kind of photos is non-Christians love to use these and be like, well, to disparage the gospel, so to speak, and tear it down, and they like turn it into just another Gnostic belief system.
Yes.
But let's move on.
Nazis, we have to understand what was going on in their mind at the time, and their own personal belief system. And this actually has a lot of major connections. You see, Corey, during the time of the Nazi regime, there was 3 major occult groups operating through Germany, and there was high-ranking Nazi officers in them. The first one was the Order of the Illuminati, and, well, they worked through the Masonic lodges and kept in the shadows, giving Adolf Hitler's his orders. Then there was the Thule Society and the Brill Society. Those two were also occult schools, but they operated more or less in the open. Now, the Thule Society actually derives their roots from the ancient Greco-Roman world. It was an elite group made up of only the best of society, and those who joined the Thule Society had to sign a blood oath. The name Thule is Greek in origin and is based upon an ancient Roman myth that there was a lost landmass known as Hyperborea, and that the capital of this landmass was Thule. The symbol of Nazi Germany was a swastika. And we look at this photo here, it shows an ancient Roman coin. Okay, this is known as a drachma. Now notice on the reverse of the coin, if you didn't know better, you'd swear this was a Nazi swastika, wouldn't you? But you see, this came way before the creation of the swastika. Remember, this is an ancient Roman coin. It was around almost 2,000 years before the Nazi regime. All the Nazis did was steal the symbols from the Roman world. I mean, here's an example. Take a look. We have the swastika, the laurel wreath, and the eagle, okay? That's the Roman eagle and the Roman cross and the Roman laurel wreath of victory. All that happened here is that the Nazis took these designs, blended them into symbols that would fit their belief systems, and that's it. In other words, they stole the symbol from history, from the Roman world, and put it into theirs. It's the same thing with the spaceships that they were designing. You see, members of the Brill Society especially believe that they were in contact with an Aryan race somewhere out in the area of Alpha Centauri in the Aldebaran system. Now, through their psychic powers, Brill members actually believed, along with the Thule Society, that they were receiving messages. And these messages were telling them, you've got to build these flying machines to come to us. this is what they were telling everyone. We are receiving telepathic messages. We are being instructed to build these flying machines so we can reach this super advanced civilization. Now, the Thule and the Vril Society were going to steal the designs now. They were going to steal the designs to make these flying ships because they were absolutely convinced they were being tested and that the knowledge of these ancient ships was somewhere in the past. In other words, in paintings, in tapestries, in frescoes, in all these. The aliens were testing them to see if they were worthy and intelligent enough to pass these tests. If we look at this one here, we can see what's known as the Hannibal design. Now, if we look right here, you'll find out this was done under the auspices of the Thule Society. Okay, they looked into the past. To that photo you had shown me, is what they created the Hannibal from. They thought, oh yes, this is part of what we're looking for, you know, and that's how the Thule Society came up with this one. Okay, another example of the Hannibal. Now, this again, if you look here, this was done on the auspices of the Thule Society once again, that occult crew. Okay? Now, you take a look at this one. Okay, again, these are the designs, the specs and everything. Now, not only was this flying saucer designed right here by the Vril Society, but the ship itself was named after the whole of the society. If you look here, this was known as a Vril ship. You know, here we have the Hannibal 2. Here we have the Vril 1. Okay, this next flying saucer was known as the Andromeda, right up here, according to the old designs. America confiscated after World War II when we defeated Nazi Germany. It says this was built under the auspices of the Thule Society. In other words, this was going to be a mother ship. Now, all these designs again, as I said, they went into the past. The Nazis, because they were receiving messages, these occult societies, were receiving messages from outer space, and they believed that they were having themselves tested to try to find this hidden knowledge. They went into the past, found these ancient paintings, drawings, tapestries, and said, aha, this is the knowledge we're supposed to be finding. This is how we're going to build these ships. This is how we're going to reach those people in outer space. That's all it was. It wasn't the other way around. They looked into the past. That's what was going on.
Now, if you take a look at this one, I mean, does this not obviously scream like these were aliens here on Earth?
No, no. You see, this was shown, quite a number of years ago. I remember that people were looking into the past and saying, aha, look, it's 2.5 feet tall, it's gray, it's an alien. No! What this is one of the children of King Tutankhamun that died. He was just a baby, and he was given a royal burial. If you look at this photo, this was the little child's sarcophagus. He had the royal headdress, the gold mask put on and everything. But that's all this is. It's nothing else but a little child, a royal child, that had died shortly after birth. It's not an alien. The autopsy would prove it.
Okay. I want to show you one more photo, or two next to each other, And most people, if you do a little Google search, they'll claim skulls like this are just a fallen race of the Nephilim. But if you look at Queen Nefertiti right here, both busts are exactly the same. So, could it be that this is nothing more than a human skull?
Okay. First of all, Queen Nefertiti here was noted to have somewhat of an elonged head. Now, if it's exactly like this, it would be hard-pressed. But, you see, there are various nations with cultural beliefs that will purposely do this. They will put planks or boards to the sides of their small child's head so that these heads grow long. Now, let's look at ancient China for a second. Weren't they binding the feet of their little girls so that they wouldn't grow because it was considered something culturally beautiful, you know? And then what about some of those tribes in Africa where the ladies put rings on their necks and stretch them and stretch them and stretch them, you know? This is simply another one of those cultural things, you know. They believe that by stretching their head, it's, you know, supposed to either maybe give them great wisdom, or maybe perhaps it's supposed to just make them beautiful. The point is, we see these type of physical, and these are purposeful physical malformations done throughout the entire world for various cultural reasons. This does not prove, by any stretch of the imagination, aliens, because simply put, this can easily be tested with DNA. Right. There is more than enough material right there that anyone could take a DNA sample and show one way or the other if that is human or not. And as far as I know, it's never been proven to be anything else but a human skull.
I want to go ahead and move to the Nazca lines. I mean, some of this stuff is phenomenal, and even the explanation that some people have. I mean, if you look at these lines here, it's over 321 feet long. They're longer than what the pyramids are tall. So some people say right off the bat that these have to be explained with extraterrestrial knowledge. I mean, how can someone make some of these things just on the ground and with, you know, in plain sight? There's no way it could be done. What is your explanation on some of these Nazca lines?
Well, first of all, these are incredible geoglyphs, each and every single one of them. You know, you can't help but marvel at the way these were done, but those people who think that all this was done, you know, through aliens, and that the only way it could be done was you'd have to be in a UFO flying who knows how many hundreds and thousands of feet so it could be drawn, you know, properly, who believe that are absolutely wrong. I mean, totally 100% wrong.
Well, first off, why are all these people wrong? And you're right. I mean, just look at how accurate some of these things are.
Well, they're beautiful. I can't argue it. You know, when we look at some of these, they're incredible, but you don't need an alien or some type of flying saucers to accommodate these geoglyphs on the ground. Now, this photo was taken in England, and this is what's known as the Westbury White Horse. This was done, take a look, by human hands. This next photo is the Long Man. Okay? This one is in Wilmington, England, hence the Long Man of Wilmington. You see, every single one of these geoglyphs you'll find in England, we know when they were done, why they were commemorated, we know exactly how tall they were done, we know absolutely everything about them. So you can't try to tell me geoglyphs cannot be done by human hands. The proof is right here. When we go to what was his name? Eric von Daniken, who wrote that famous book, Chariots of the Gods, I believe it was. He was claiming that those long lines were alien runways. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. If these aliens have advanced technology, they go up and down, right? I mean, why would they need a mile-long runway? That doesn't make sense. Archaeologists have also found out that at these, like the geoglyph that looks like a spider, or like the parrot, or any of those other forms, they have found little altars. And these altars actually contained offerings to their gods. And that the runways and all this, it's an interesting theory right now, and they have been proving it, that these symbols and other things are actually showing where underground water streams are. You see, we have to remember, the Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on the earth. Okay, it has an average temperature of 77 degrees. There's no wind blowing hardly ever, and there's just no water around unless you look underground. And this is what archaeologists have been looking and studying now for more than 25 years. And they have been finding out that these lines and symbols actually are pointing them towards the water. So in other words, these are just simple landmarks. That's it.
I think there's one topic people's been on the edge of their seats about for a while now. Go ahead and take us into the topic of the 8th type of flying saucer.
Yes. I did promise that. We have seen a lot of different UFOs, you know. We have proven, as far as I can tell, that we've taken these old Nazi designs and created our own UFOs. We've improved upon them. We've come up with advancements as a result. But the problem is, people think that, because there are all these different designs, ships, that there must be many different races trying to visit us. And as I said before, there are 8 major kinds of so-called UFOs. Now, we've already gone over 7 of them. Now, we are going to start with the 8th one, and I think the 8th one is going to answer the questions once and for all. Now, let's start with this one, Corey. According to the witnesses, said that this was the trail of an alien ship. Well, that's not enough for my liking. Okay, that could be anything. So, accordingly, here we have another one that, according to eyewitness reports, says, it was an alien ship that flew overhead. Yeah, but to me, that also looks like it could be solid rocket fuel from an airplane. It's when we start looking at maybe something like this that something is slowly becoming clear. This so-called UFO vehicle, if you look very carefully here, there is a solid rocket trail. Now, how can that be? If that's a super advanced technological flying machine from some super advanced civilization way off in outer space. I mean, but these are all classified as UFOs. I mean, take a look at this next one. Can you see that one in the trail? Right here, the classic flying saucer shape is obvious, and here is a chemical trail. And if that one doesn't do it for you, this one is the final blow. We see, that again, the classic flying saucer shape, and look at the solid rocket fuel trail all the way behind it. This proves, I'm sorry folks, whether they like it or not, these UFOs, they're not from outer space, they're made from inner space. There's no way this could have come from outer space, simply because look at the mass of the ship. It could not possibly carry all the fuel necessary to fly just 1 light year over here to planet Earth. The size defies that. There's no way possible something like this, or all these other so-called UFOs, can be from outer space. It doesn't work. But people who have never seen them before, especially in the evening or when it's pitch black out, can easily mistake them for UFOs. And again, as I said, let's just examine the evidence. The evidence clearly points that the UFOs definitely had been leaving chemical trails at one point. Now, therefore, there's no way these ships could have flown all these hundreds and millions and light years away and reached Earth. It just does not work.
Aliens, fallen angels, or Antichrist. The name alone will catch the attention of us all. But moving into maybe 2 of the most fascinating sections, giants and War of the Worlds. And some of the spookiest times, and maybe turn the attention of most people, especially of that era, to the things of the spiritual realm. And, you know, as Christians, we know the warfare that lingers on, and so many people are confused over the topic of what are aliens, fallen angels, and does it even matter to us? But we're going to go into one of the most fascinating of them all, I believe, and that's the land of the giants. And we go, even in the British Isles alone, we see thousands of megalithic stone circles and everything. And let's be honest, engineers don't have a clue how they got there. They'll come up with some crazy tales, but that's just about it. And just putting it simple. But what's your take on this and the role of the UFOs and the stone circles?
Well, it certainly wasn't alien beings that did all this, that's for sure. And again, once I'm done with the explanations, I think we're going to see a lot of common sense, you know, because this really is common sense, but for some reason I get the nagging feeling that some people are going to say it's aliens no matter what, you know. But as far as what you were saying with the stone circles and all these ancient civilizations, you know, it really was a puzzle for a lot of our modern day engineers, archaeologists and everything. Who could have built it? How could they have built it? I mean, to this very day, they're trying to figure how did those people move these massive blocks and boulders that were tons and tons and tons. And believe it or not, the answer is simple, and it's in the Bible. Giants.
Giants, Doc. Oh, I got it. I think I even know the name of one. I was going in the grocery store the other day, and I seen one of these giants. I think it's called the Jolly Green Giant.
No,
Jack and the Beanstalk.
No, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, we're talking about giants, but not them in particular. When we look at this map of the ancient land of Canaan, you can see Canaan was a vast area, okay? And God had sent the children of Israel into this land after the 40-year trek in the wilderness to conquer it, okay? We also know from the Bible and archaeological accounts that there were basically 4 races of giants. They were named in the Bible. They were the Anakims, the Emims, the Horims, and the Zuzims, or who were also called the Zamzumims. Now, within this area of Canaan are other ancient cities and sites, and many of them have ruins on the surface that just defy all type of explanations, just like you were saying. How did they build it? The engineers don't know how, or at least according to their modern day understanding of biblical accounts, you know. Now, if you look where the red dot is right here, that's where an ancient area or city known as Göbekli Tepe is located. And as you can see, it's well within, you know, that region of Canaan. Now, within Göbekli Tepe, there are these ancient ruins, okay? And these ruins, if the dating is correct, goes back to 9,000 BC. Now, here is where we run into an immediate problem. Conventional dating that we've done as far as the actual beginning of man, according to what God's own word tells us, everything began at 4004 BC, yet Göbekli Tepe, if we go by the carbon 14 or carbon 15 dated, goes all the way back to 9,000 BC. In other words, more than 11,000 years ago from our present date. Now, what is believed to have been a place of worship, Göbekli Tepe has many different T-shaped pillars like this one. Okay? And there was support roofs along with the T-shaped columns. Now, these columns were approximately, I believe they were 19 feet tall, and the support columns, some of them could be as tall as 23 feet tall. And some of these pillars and columns weighed anywhere from 10 to 50 tons. Now, it's believed we can't duplicate these engineering feats. Now, here we have a stone circle at Göbekli Tepe. And you can see here the support pillars, or the support columns, and the regular ones that ran around these circles. Now, interesting enough, when we look at this CGI right here, this is what one of the areas, you know, what archaeologists have unearthed in one section. You see, for the past, it's been more than 13 years now that they've been excavating at Göbekli Tepe, and yet, in that time, in all that time, they've only uncovered 5% of the entire area. And so, there's a lot of questions and answers that we're waiting for. And one of the most interesting thing about it is that no tools have been found yet. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't, that there couldn't have been tools. But you see, it's very easy when you understand what was going on in this part of the world at the time, that giants could very easily have been the ones to have created places like Göbekli Tepe, because we look through this area entirely. We find out from the Bible that this entire area not only was inhabited by giants, but if the numbers are correct, they could have ranged anywhere up to 1 million, if not more than 1 million giants. It just depends on the numbers themselves, really. But
so you're telling us so that the giants were responsible for the buildings of Göbekli Tepe?
Well, and it makes perfect sense. You see, the mystery is no one knows how they were built. I mean, if we go back to this photo here, interesting enough, on this particular pillar, all the pillars have what look like these long arms, as if they were the ones lifting the pillars. Now, let's look at what we've already seen throughout the DVD series. We know by the archaeological evidence, we've got the physical evidence, that some of the giants ranged anywhere from 9.5 to 36 feet in height. So it's no stretch of the imagination when you think about it. Just like, the stone circles at, let's say in Stonehenge in England, Avesbury hens, wood hens, all those other stone circles we find there, they're very, very easily could have been done by giants.
Is there anywhere else or any other regions that you want to focus in on?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes. You see, again, we're going to say within the land of Canaan, right in this area, okay? Because right next to it is the modern-day region of Turkey. And if we look at this next map, again, now this is where Göbekli Tepe is located. And 50 kilometers just north of it is another ancient city, the ruins known as Navali Kore. And here we have, and let me just show this one. Look at this entry gate. Now, to give everyone a good perspective of just how big this thing is, down here we have a couple of people that are quite a number of feet away from the gate itself. If we, to push them in just a little further, you could estimate easily this gate, this entry gate, is anywhere from 60 to 70 feet tall. Now, look at this huge building in the background. Again, this thing has been dated all the way back to around the same period, more or less, to Göbekli Tepe. So, why would anyone need this type of opening in a gate unless you were a giant? Just so you can get an idea of that giant building again, who would need something like that, or who could even build it, unless possibly giants were involved in the construction of it? We see the same type of T-shaped pillar formations that we found at Göbekli Tepe. And if we go by this one here, we have the ruins of an ancient courtyard. Okay? Now, interesting enough, again, as I said before, if we look at the structures very carefully, we compare the T-shaped pillars here of Göbekli Tepe to these here at Navali Kore, they line up. They are lining up. And the connection, both were well within the area of Canaan, where the giants, we know, through the Bible and through archaeology now, had resided. Now, when we start comparing these structures to other structures of the world, something begins to line up. We take a look at this ancient megalithic formation. This is where it gets interesting. Here is Göbekli Tepe, one of the stone circles that they have unearthed so far. Okay? Does this stone circle look at all familiar to this one? Yeah?
Are you hinting at the possibility that even giants are not really strictly in tune with the places of the Bible?
Well, giants, there are records of giants, I mean real giants, not, someone who's 7 feet tall. I'm talking about genuine giants, according to what the Bible describes as, throughout the world. I mean, when we, just, as it says, let's look at this structure here. You can tell. It's, someone is on the same line here. Okay? One of the mysteries about Stonehenge, again, how was it built? Engineers can't figure this out. Because, among other things, the material is made out of a rare blue granite stone that you can't find in that area at all. You have to go hundreds of miles away to find it. So, how did they get them here to begin with? Then how did they hoist the top part up there? Think about this for a second. You're a giant. let's say you're one of those big 30 plus foot giants. Okay? Giants could more than easily have made any of these structures. And as far as lifting these lintels up, they couldn't do by themselves. They just had one of their friends help them. The common sense here, and I mean it really is common sense, when we look at the biblical records and the archaeological records, and especially where all of this had happened, it really was the giants that did it. In ancient Britain, okay, there's a story, and I remember this one, about a giant named Gomagot, which is translated into Gog Magog. This particular giant, and this was one of the smaller ones, was over 13 feet in height, and he was so strong that accordingly he could wrap his arms around a tree and with one pull uproot the whole tree out of the ground.
As amazing as these stories sound, it sure makes a lot more sense than strapping a few ropes to some camels and they're the ones moving these ginormous rocks.
Yeah.
I mean, but some of this stuff is just really hard to really comprehend because, the mainstream has led us so far away from the truth of the matter.
Well, let's face it, we're not going to get any of this information out of the mainstream media, but the truth of the matter is the archaeological evidence is overwhelming. There is hardcore physical evidence for giants. Remember, here we have one of the giants. Here's his head, his body, his feet are tucked in, as if he's in a fetal position. That stood 9.5 feet tall. Now, this is the same giant, the same size of giant you would have found Goliath. Okay?
I mean, just take it in a modern day example. Most people who weightlift, they can easily bench press twice their weight. So imagine them lifting twice their weight. It's amazing to think about.
Well, medically speaking, a healthy female human being should be able to lift up her own weight. A healthy human male should be able to lift 1.5 times his own weight. If we go by the biblical account, I mean, and these giants do bear out the Bible facts on this. They had 6 feet, 6 toes, and double sets of teeth, 2 rows of teeth. And, they stood anywhere from 9 to 36 feet, and in some places higher. And here we have the weapons that they would be using against you if, they were coming after you. Think about this. Something that is this big. And you have a piece of wood on it. Who knows how big that would be, maybe like this. And it's connected with a leather strap. No human being would use something that big. It wouldn't be a tool, it would be a hindrance at that point. But a giant could easily wield any single one of these with one hand. There's no reason on this earth anyone would build something like that unless you were a giant. There is no other possible explanation. I don't care what type of ridiculous, summations people want to come up with, and I can guarantee you it certainly wasn't alien beings. Alien beings were responsible for the creation of Göbekli Tepe. No. Alien beings, they say, created Stonehenge. No. All the local legends, the myths, the archaeological evidence, the biblical records, all completely point to the one and only logical conclusion that fits into everything. And that is giants. The Bible says in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, that there were giants in the earth.
And that's just it's not only just the physical evidence, but the evidence that fits into the biblical account is what's important. Is once you take the giants out of the Bible, you start having to twist a lot of the scriptures to fit your own opinion, and it does a lot of harm to the biblical text once you remove the giants out of the biblical evidence. Mm-hmm. It all fits in perfectly. I mean, even with the civilizations and certain cities and why God wiped out certain villages, it all starts to add up. And without the evidence or the account of the giants, none of it really makes sense.
Well, it's like you were saying. You're not going to find this in mainstream media because they don't want the people to know the Bible is true. All the various forms of the media, such as television, radio, newspapers, and such, had all been taken over by the Illuminati starting back in the 30s. They started buying them up, putting in their own editors. This is how you're going to run things. If you don't, you're out of here.
And it's just like we was discussing yesterday, why they changed the giant or the fallen angel view to the Seth, because they didn't want people to feel uncomfortable. But just because, the message is hard to grasp doesn't mean that we need to change it. I mean, go to salvation. That is going to bring a lot of people to an uncomfortable situation. Do we need to change that message? And the simple answer is no. We need to give them the truth.
Exactly.
I am looking forward to seeing your interpretation of the stone circles and crop circles and the connection with both of them. We've seen how the giants were really incorporated, and they're the ones who really built the stone circles. Right. And that's pretty obvious that, we even discussed that there's no way they're going to get camels or elephants or even maybe 5-footed men to maneuver these great stone blocks, okay?
Right.
So obviously it's the giants. We've looked at that. But what's the connection really between the stone circles and these crop circles? Is it really giants, or is it something more demonic? And I guess what I really want to know is, when we see these stone circles, and even when we go back to the Celts and some of the occult rituals that they had going on, now we find these crop circles really all around these stone circles. So is there really, I guess, deeper involved an occult connection here?
Well, there really is an occult connection going on with all of this, and I will prove it. We know that stone circles in Great Britain and other, right around that area, Avesbury, so on and so forth, we know that they were controlled, and there was worship going on within these stone circles by the Druid priests of the Celtic nations, okay? And we know, of course, that they worship these false gods and other things like that, and that they all used these occult symbols and such during their rituals and such. And this is where we find a definite connection, especially when you have the circle. This is known as a pentagram. Now, you need a pentagram if you're going to communicate directly with a demon. Now, mind you, folks, these are all cropped circles I'm about to show you, all of them. And you will find, as it says, this is a perfect 5-pointed sign. You need this to communicate with demons. Now, this is what's known as the hexagram. This symbol will be used in the Illuminati to this very day when you're performing the rites of human sacrifice. Now, we know that within the Druids' belief system, they practice human sacrifice. That's a fact. We can't get away with that one. And this one is known as the goddess, okay? And she's known as the goddess because, if you notice, we have the female here, one with the crescent moon, reaching up towards a star. And if you remember, in this series, we've already demonstrated that this was the Venus star, okay? And this one is the capstone, or I should say the pyramid, with the eye and the capstone. This is the oldest symbol in existence for the Order of the Illuminati. So something definitely is going on here, especially when you think about the fact that more than 10,000 crop circles have now been reported, and that 90 to 95% of them is found in the area of Wiltshire, England. Now, you have to ask yourself, why that area? What is there about Wiltshire, that region of England, that so many crop circles would be made at? Why? You know? And the reason is because, quite literally, now remember, throughout that entire area, it's estimated that there was approximately 1,000 stone circles. And it was at these stone circles that the Druids would be literally spilling who knows how many tens of thousands of gallons of blood on the ground because they believed in human sacrifice. Okay, this would be the perfect region for demonic activity.
Now, I don't want to be jumping ahead or anything, but mentioning the Druids and even human sacrifice, we see a demonic connection as well here. But which way is the message going with the crop circles? Is this man really reaching out and making a really, I guess, ritual grounds, or is this a demonic message back to man?
Well, actually, we know that these crop formations could not have been done by human hands. Not in the time it would take to create them if you're going to try to get away with them. We already went, and spoke about Doug and Dave Bowell throughout the series, how they claimed they were the ones who created all these crop circles. It was afterwards found out that there was no way they could have been because, first of all, other crop circles had been spotted throughout the world, and we know they weren't there. Second of all, we found out that they were under the employment of the Ministry of Defense in England to say they were the ones, so no one would show any more interest in them. This way, the Ministry of Defense would be the only ones to investigate this, but that blew up in their face. What is going on here is there, because of the occult nature of those stone circles, where they're located, because of the human, because remember, the Druids were summoning up these demons now for almost 3,000 years. We have a 3,000-year history of these stone circles being there, where the blood had been spilled, demonic forces were being summoned. Now, if you want to look at it from, let's say, a more secular perspective, now they're getting into the next step of their plan. See, remember, back in 1938, there was a mind-controlled experiment to judge how a society would react to an alien invasion, starting with the War of the Worlds broadcast, and obviously was panic. Now, in the next part, as I just stated, let's up it a little. Let's start saying that aliens are trying to contact us through these crop circles. We know it's demons, but let's just go with that for now. See, it's a matter of like coming to like now. It's demonic forces that is doing all these things. We know that the race of giants, as found in Genesis 6:4, 6:1 through 4, I should say, were the offsprings of the mating of fallen angels or demons with female humans. And according to what the scripture says after that, the race of giants were created. And it was the giants that created places such as Rollright Stone Circle, Aylesbury Stonehenge, Göbekli Tepe, Navali Kure, and all those things. And they're demonic. Remember, their fathers who sided them were demons. We know that demonic forces were summoned at these stone circles because of the Druids, and we also know that demonic forces are now creating these stone circles. So there is a connection here, a definite connection. And one other connection you need to take a look at. Start with this one, Corey. You see, over here we have a stone circle, a crop circle, a formation that looks to me like it was just being built. And now we see these balls of light. Balls of light have been reported at all, at various at various crop circle formations. Something's going on here, because when we look at this next one, my understanding is that this person did not know, did not see that ball of light behind him. But when they were examining one of those crop circles, this ball of light was in the photo. So then, are we looking at another connection here? Well, according to what some people are trying to lead other people to believe, these orbs or balls of light are aliens, but they can't be. I mean, first of all, we have provided more than sufficient enough evidence to prove that UFOs are nothing but man-made constructs. They're flying machines we made, not some type of advanced civilization. So we can't go into outer space for an answer. We have to look towards inner space for the answer. And this is where we have been finding all the answers that's connecting all the pieces, as you just stated. Now, when it comes to the balls of light, well, people say, well, they appear at these crop circles, so they must be aliens because aliens are making crop circles. Well, that's not true. Because if that were the case, and here we have a photo of a cemetery, okay? And if you look right here, we have one of those balls of light, don't we? Just like this. This is nighttime. Now, these balls of light appear so frequently at this particular cemetery. This gate here is known as Orb Gate. Because that's where the orbs in this cemetery is appearing. Now, at this cemetery marker, you notice right here, we have orbs. Now, unless they're trying to tell me that aliens are haunting cemeteries, something else obviously must be going on. Because I was always told when I was growing up that it's, demons or ghosts or ghouls that haunt cemeteries and not aliens. There's no way that this could be an alien. I mean, unless, aliens are now, given up on crop circles and decided to haunt cemeteries, that's ridiculous. But let's bring this a little further, okay? Excuse me. Here we have a haunted house, okay? This house is supposed to be haunted. And yet, look at the balls of light. You see these balls of light. Now, some of these balls of light, I will admit, can easily be dust particles captured on film, okay? But some of them are too solid, too perfectly round to be dust particles. Now, are these people going to try to convince me that these so-called aliens are now haunting castles? So, what's interesting is that in none of these photos, this haunted house or this gate or the castles, did I see one crop formation. I didn't see a crop formation on the ground. So, that being said, guess what? Those can't be alien beings then. Because according to what we're taught, alien beings, the balls of light, make these crop formations. The fact of the matter is, these aren't aliens. These are demons. Just as I said before, demonic forces are being unleashed at not just the stone circles, but haunted castles, supposedly haunted houses and other places, because of demonic forces. None of these so-called aliens are responsible for any of this stuff. They don't exist. There's absolutely nothing solid or concrete that any person can come up with right now that would say, aha, alien, definite flying saucer, definitely from an advanced civilization. It doesn't add up. None of that does. But we do know when we follow the biblical trail and the archaeological trail to what we've just seen, especially with these balls of light, and these supposedly are supposed to be ghosts and ghouls and demons, and they are demons. We know that these same balls of light have appeared at these stones, at these crop formations, and the reason those balls of light are at these crop formations is because of the tens of thousands of people who were sacrificed at the stone circles to summon them up to begin with. It's a circle that's been created here, but people just don't see it, because they're being told it's something else. Now, what was going on here was that there was some very serious DNA manipulation going on. You see, we're talking about, we have a superior race known as the fallen angels, mated with a lower race known as female humans, and they created a hybrid race known as giants. Now, medically speaking, we know that the human body is built because of the double helix code, okay? In other words, these strands, there are two strands, and they have all the information on them that would be needed to basically build a human being. We see the two strands here, okay? This is why we call it a double helix, okay? And in between, we have base pairs to where we have the building blocks for the human body itself. Like we have adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine, so on and so forth, and this here is where the sugar phosphate backbone of the DNA would be. And all this information is carried to where we have a human being made. But what if we were to add a third strand? Now, first of all, is it possible? Medically speaking, it is quite possible. And remember, as I just stated, this contains all the information necessary to build a human being. One of your size, let's say 6 feet in height, okay? But giants were a lot different than that. Some of them ranged up to 36 feet tall. A number of them had 6 fingers, 6 toes, double rows of teeth, so they would need a lot more information in their coding in order to build them as big as they were, which is why I'm convinced giants, just like their sires, the fallen angels, had a triple helix code. There are certain projects going on right now that are absolutely horrific. We know that our military has many different and varied groups within it, and one of them is known as DARPA. Now, DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. DARPA is known for its exotic and bizarre experiments, and they never seem to disappoint anyone when they're working on something. Right now, DARPA is in the middle of creating what's known as the implantable microchip. They are right now creating chips that can be planted directly into the human brain. They've also been working on, with various drugs and prosthetics to create some sort of mechanical exoskeleton that would actually connect to the body itself and greatly enhance all of its abilities. Now, if they were to add, excuse me, a triple helix code, they could quite literally create a superhuman soldier. And this has always been the goal of any military throughout the world. Every person wants to have the biggest guns on the block. And if we were to create the super soldier here in America, we would be able to take over the world if we wanted to. Now, DARPA is heavily involved in an area that no man should have ever gone to, as far as I'm concerned, and that is cloning. And it's exactly what I'm saying, cloning, making a double. See, cloning is based on taking DNA material from a subject matter and duplicating it. Now, back in, I believe it was in 1996, there was a particular animal, it was a sheep, that was cloned for the very first time. This little creature down here did not have a normal birth. This little creature, known as Dolly, was created by taking DNA material from this sheep. Dolly was being heralded by the papers and the magazines as the greatest accomplishment man's ever done, but the truth of the matter is, once you let the evil genie out of the bottle, there's no going back. Even here, when they were talking about Dolly, and if you notice, Dolly looked exactly like her mother. They even asked, will there ever be another you? Now, Dolly had to be put down on February 14, 2003 because she had advanced arthritis and lung disease. However, through genetics, Dolly didn't die. We just simply resurrect her and make more clones of Dolly. These people, these scientists, for all the advancement we have, I think they've gone God crazy. So why don't we take it to the next step? Why don't we just see what else we can do with DNA? Let's just push the envelope here, and that's what they did. And some of these are going to be startling to you, because I'm sure most of you have never seen this, where the scientists are playing God once again. They created what's known as a tigron. That's when you cross a lion with a tiger. You can see the stripes of the tiger. But this thing is so much bigger than what it should be. This thing, if I remember, when it stands up from tail to nose, is 14 feet long. You know, tigers don't get 14 feet long. They're usually 6 to 8. This was done through genetic manipulation. And this is exactly what Satan had done when he had fallen angels mate with female humans. Because if you remember, quite a number of the giants were 9.5 feet tall, 14 feet tall, and upwards. This is what you get when you start fooling around with God's creation. Now this next photo is where they took a llama and a camel, mixed the DNA, and they came up with what they call a cama. But if you notice, this little creature does not have a hump like its mother, so it would never be able to survive out in the desert for any long period, because it's this hump that stores water and fat and other things that the camel can live off of if there's no water or any nutrients like that in the desert that they're traveling through. They can survive off of that. But this poor little creature couldn't. And in this last photo, what they did, they mixed the DNA of a male leopard with a female lion. This thing is called a leopard. Now remember, this abomination was created when you take two different animals two different genders and combined them. And this is exactly what you ended up with, was what was known as a leopard. But remember, some of these animals, through genetic manipulation, just like with the fallen angels, came up with something a lot bigger than the original parents.
So you're telling me, from all this, that we're now cloning creatures into new species?
That's exactly what we're doing. I mean, we go back into the ancient stories, and you'll find these in the different myths, especially the occultic ones. When you do something like this, you come up with what's known as chimeras. They're not just one animal. They're a combination of two, maybe possibly three animals. But you'll find out that's exactly what they're known as. It's called a chimera.
Sort of reminds you of the Book of Daniel and some of the creatures written in the Book of Daniel and Revelation.
Oh, doesn't it? You know, and what if our scientists throughout the world end up making those creatures that you could find in during the tribulation period? You know, it would put a whole new slant on it.
I would think so.
You know, if we were the ones that did that.
That's quite a thought, because I mean, if we had the capability now of cloning creatures, mixing them, and commingling things that really, in God's sight, should never be done. I mean, it just begs the thought of. So, has something like this already happened, though? I mean, let's say, like, we see the double-headed figures. Is something in reality that's already been done? Can you give us some evidence of this?
Well, we know that they're aiming to create new species, new life, even possibly a super soldier, which Dr. Thomas Horn of Latest News Network in his books have postulated, known as transhumanism. Brilliant work what that man's doing, and he is right. You know, we're pushing the envelope beyond anything that we should ever do. And I do have photos of early experiments. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, you may want to take the children out of the room. I mean, for the next 4 photos, for me, I wouldn't allow the kids to see something like this, because it's adults who have the reasoning abilities and the understanding that it would take to understand things like this. These next 4 photos, this could give the kids nightmares. So if you want to, folks, pause it here and just send the kids out of the room, because, you know, I've wrestled with the idea of showing these photos for a very long time, and I finally decided that even as perverse as these photos are, you need to be shown the physical evidence. You need to see it for yourself that what I've been showing you all along is the truth, and that it has been going on. So if you want to pause the tape here, take the little kids out, you know, and then, you know, start it again. Now, it was back in 1967 that a famous, it was a Russian doctor known as Dr. Vladimir Demikov. What he did, he removed the head and part of the body off of a live dog and connected it to another dog. Okay, as this was one of the photos taken towards the end of the operation, and the end result was that you now had a dog with 2 heads. Now, interesting enough, this is similar to the 3-headed dog known as Cerberus that guarded the actual gate to hell itself. And now, accordingly, and if you take a good look, ladies and gentlemen, you can see here's the second head, part of the body, and there's one of its legs, and the other leg is on the other side. And of course, here's the regular dog, the German Shepherd. Now, from what I understand, the doctors throughout the world hail this as one of the greatest, you know, creations since, you know, the creation of chocolate. They thought this was absolutely phenomenal. But did it stop there? No. Knowing human nature and the level of perversion we're capable of, it did not end there. And again, ladies and gentlemen, don't let the kids see this next photo. They really don't need to see it. You're old enough and mature enough to handle this next photo. Don't let the kids see this next one, please. Now, what can only be described as science gone completely insane. There was a doctor known as Sergei Bukhanenko, a Russian surgeon, who took the head of a dog, surgically removed him from his body. Now, and he created this apparatus here right now to actually keep this dog alive. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got the footage where the actual film, where they were testing this dog's responses to see if he was still alive, if it wasn't just brain function, but could he function. Now what they did, they banged something on the table and his ears responded. They started moving forward to try to, as if he was listening. They shined light in the dog's eyes, and sure enough, they started squinting. And then they put some citric acid right here along the sides of his mouth, and a second or two later, the dog's tongue came out and he was licking the side of his mouth, and they actually gave him a piece of cheese, and his mouth opened, he just started eating it. That dog was completely alive.
I think there's one word that comes to mind, and that's just sick, or maybe twisted in a sense. But
yeah,
knowing that these scientists have these experiments alone, but how does this help create a super soldier?
Well, there are two things on the very near horizon for all of us because of these twisted experiments. Now remember how I said giants have a triple helix code within their DNA construct?
Yes.
Okay. What if we were to add a triple helix or alter the two strands of our double helix code in our DNA in such a way, that we could add to them? We could actually create a new breed of human being by genetically modifying and enhancing our own structure. At this point, we could literally create a super soldier that had, super strength, super senses, such as the ability to specifically hear sounds from miles away, or if we breeded part of ourselves with cats, we could see in the dark, and other things. That's what they've actually been working on, is actually taking DNA strands from animals and applying it to us.
But have we really reached the point yet where we can start cloning human beings?
Yes. Here we have the ability to clone an animal. Okay, this dog is known as Snuppy. Okay, you can tell it is obviously a perfect clone. Snuppy here, I think, was 8 or 9 months old at this time. Now, here we have, interesting enough, our government, and let's face it, we're never going to find out the vast majority of the truth that our own government is hiding from us. Let's be honest, we have to go to other sources. Now, if we look at, just this old Time magazine cover, it has the cloning of human beings. Human cloning is closer than you think. Okay? Now, this could be a nightmare. When I say a nightmare, I'm talking about, what if we were able to gather enough genetic material off of, let's say, the skull cap of Adolf Hitler? We would be able to bring back the Fuhrer, for goodness sake. Now, this is the cover story, right here. Now, they say human cloning is good because this is going to be good for couples who can't have a child. You know what? In my day and age, when I was a kid, when a couple couldn't have children through natural means, they went to the adoption center. There's plenty of kids out there who need a family, for goodness sake. Right. You don't have to go to this type of perversion, right. Especially, you know, with what they're going to be doing. And let me show you just how far this is going to get. In this European newspaper, back in 2009, there was a doctor who stated, I can clone a human being, and he was not lying. I'll get into this in a second. But what they're doing now, as I said, trying to splice and dice DNA together from animals and other creatures, you know, to enhance the human condition to where, as Dr. Thomas Horn said, transhumanism. This photo, ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine thing. This is going to shock you. But what they did, here we have a human test mouse, and on it is a human ear. They crossed genetic DNA strands and started working with the human ear. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, for yourself, this is an actual photo. This is not a CGI image, just to show you how far they've pushed this. Well, before I show you this photo, in the United Kingdom, there are laws in place that for these people who are trying to work with DNA and cross species, the boundaries, there's a law, I believe it states that whatever you create can only remain alive for 10 days, then it has to be exterminated. What if, and this has been postulated, and the people of England are right, because you see, there are some people who's crossing these boundaries by creating, you know, taking animals and crossing them with human DNA. There are those scientists there who literally, they're breaking the law, because there's at least 150 cases right now in which there have been human and animal hybrids created, and they haven't been destroyed yet. You know, the end result is, and this one is something that was created to show what would happen if we did that, if we went all the way and crossed a human being with, let's say, a pig. The question then becomes, is this our future? Because, as I said before, this doctor here not only claims can he clone human beings, but the experiments have been going on in which they're taking human DNA, mixing it with animals. All these things have been done for a purpose. Every single thing we've seen, the experiments, everything. The Illuminati have a plan. I mean, this plan is so vast in its scope, it almost boggles the imagination. And part of that plan involves something I witnessed back in, I think that was the summer of 77 or 78. I was in Stuttgart, Germany at the time, and underneath the 5th Army General Hospital in Stuttgart, Germany is a giant highway, and there are buildings and such underneath it, labs, and this highway can go off, I don't know how many kilometers after kilometers, in order to find out where going. There was green, red, and blue, and I believe there was a yellow stripe on the ground. You look overhead, Master Cullen had told you exactly where you were going. Now, under the ground, as it says, it was, as I remember, I think it was 5 stories down. I saw the early experiments, eyewitnesses for myself, in which they were experimenting on human beings back then, and they were trying to rewrite man's double helix code. Now, the early experiments were absolutely horrific. I mean, some of them were so gross, it looked like you were just looking at, like a mound of flesh. That's really the best that I could best describe it as. It was just a mound of flesh. Eventually, what had happened, they were able to break the code and rewrite it in such a way that they were finally able to create what you and I would call a gray alien.
So why go through all the trouble, for instance, Nazi Germany and what they're doing underground here? Why go through all the trouble and make it look like little gray men or these flying saucers are from outer space? What are they really masquerading here?
Well, see, the Illuminati have to cover up one of the greatest biblical events that's about to occur if they're going to take over the world and create the New World Order. And all these things goes back to the creation of giants. If you remember, in Genesis 6:4, it tells us that giants existed before the great flood. Now, we also find out that in the same verse, it tells us that giants came after the flood. It said, and also after that. Now, it was Satan who first started this great DNA experiment, and when he crossbreed fallen angels with female humans. We know 4 major races of giants came about, and we know that in the land of Canaan there was somewhere around at least 1 million giants. Now, once the flood came, before that, it wiped all the giants out. But this was such a good thing as far as Satan was concerned, he wasn't going to let it go. He started the race of giants again. And the race of giants, as I said, was created through DNA manipulation. This is what I had seen at the 5th Army General Hospital in Stuttgart, Germany, underground, when they were creating their alien race, or the gray aliens. Remember, gray aliens are 4.5 feet tall, and this is what they were coming up with.
Okay. I know a lot of our viewers are trying to put it together, but they don't quite understand what giants really have to do with aliens.
Well, think about this. Giants was the first DNA experiment in all of history. That's what Satan was doing, was trying to take over the world. He couldn't take heaven, so he was going to take over the world. But God stopped him every time he did it with the giants. He destroyed all the giants at the flood. He had his children go in after a 40-year trek and cleaned out all of Canaan. Because, you see, Canaan of all places, why there? Because had Satan been able to keep Canaan to himself with the giants, Christ, who would be born in that region of the world, would never have been born, because the giants would have had control of it. There would have been no one there and no place for Christ to have been born. Now, bring it up in time, since the giants were wiped out again, and Satan knows, tried the giants again, God's going to destroy it again. No, let's go to the other spectrum now. Let's create the alien races. And this is where we have to pause it for a second, because when we go back to 1938, well, they came up with those experiments to see how society would react to such an invasion, right? Millions of people were frightened out of their minds, and as I said, if my memory is correct, people had committed suicide as a result. Okay? So, the mind experiment proved successful. People would be terrified of an alien invasion. Well, now let's create the UFOs. The one place they chose, the Illuminati, was Nazi Germany. Why? Because they had their puppet Adolf Hitler in place, who was espousing, for the first time in history, a new world order. The exact words of his puppets, of his masters, I should say, in the Illuminati. Okay, now let's bring it into American territory. The experiment's already successful. Let's bring these machines to America. Let's bring the scientists, thousands of them, to America to improve on this technology. Okay, let's get it to where we can actually create these machines that would fly even higher than the atmosphere. Okay, they brought it to that level. Now we've got to give the people, the drivers, the gray aliens. You see, let's think about this for a second. Throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, we had green aliens, red aliens, tall aliens, short aliens, some with scales, some without scales, some with big eyes, some with small eyes, some with hair, some without hair. I mean, we had more aliens than anything I knew what to do with. Something's happened, though. Have you noticed that since the mid-80s, we've only had one type of alien now? That's the gray alien. 4.5 feet tall, small ears, big bulging black eyes, a tiny nose, tiny mouth, no hair, and absolutely skinny. What happened to all the other races? Did they just suddenly decide that Earth wasn't good enough for them? Oh, let all the other alien civilization and all the different types of aliens just take off? No. Again, that was demons. That's all it was demonic manipulation at that point. Now we have a physical being that they have created through genetic manipulation. A 4.5 foot tall, gray being that we call an alien. And all these things were done for one reason, and only one reason: to cover up the rapture. Now think about this, ladies and gentlemen. How do you explain the sudden vanishing, disappearance, or whatever you want to call it, of tens of millions of people around the earth? How do you explain it all away? Well, this is where I remember parts of their plans from ages ago. You see, what if right after the rapture happens, these so-called motherships start surrounding the earth? Now they will not really be motherships. These are going to be computer-generated images that will be flashed on your television throughout, some newspaper or, news report or broadcasting emergency report. Those won't really be up there, but you'll be told they are. However, we know that they have the Hannibal ships, the drill ships, all those flying saucers. What if these flying saucers start landing all around the world, and these 4.5 foot tall aliens step out, and they say to the people of the earth, the ones that are left behind, and tell them, we took all those people up to our motherships because they needed re-educating. You people are truly the enlightened people who will help us and guide us, humanity, into the golden age. And it's gonna work. Simply because it plays it plays on man's ego and pride. And that destroyed the highest of all of God's creation, Lucifer. Pride goes before destruction, and the haughty spirits before the fall. And this is what's going to happen. It feeds the ego like no one's business. I did bring a number of, the cards, as always, the Illuminati cards, because they're so revealing as far as what's going on in the past, the present, and the future. Like with this card here, okay? This one says every year is getting worse. And let's face it, this year wasn't looking any better because of what had been going on. We know that it was through the Federal Reserves in conjunction with Wall Street that a lot of money marketing manipulation had been going on and disasters had been going on. Now right here, if you notice at this center card, look at this man who is standing at Wall Street, who has just been handcuffed and arrested by this police officer, right? Now remember, these cards were created back in 1982 through 1995. And even though they were created so far back, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Just as the card predicted, we have people on Wall Street who are being arrested by the police department right now as we're speaking.
And I think throughout the series we've seen how deadly accurate these cards can be for telling future events.
Yes. Oh yeah. These cards, I mean, they know exactly what's going on. And interesting enough here, all this is happening because the criminal overlords are obeying their corporate masters, okay? And here, it makes it look as if the rich people don't care one way or the other, And it's interesting that the Illuminati puppets, who's that Illuminati puppet that usurper to the White House? Barack Obama. He's been doing everything to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. I mean, the evidence is there, okay? And again, as I said it, he's been helping them all along through the criminal overlords and their corporate masters. Now, throughout this two-part DVD series, we have been showing flying saucers and how all these ideas of UFOs and such have been coming down to us through TV and through Hollywood, okay? And that the Illuminati cards does speak of, these UFOs and the flying saucers. Interesting enough, most people would see in this card 2 6s. But there was a third one. And this does involve aliens. That's why they mark it with, their signature. They always mark their territory, the Illuminati. And here's 1 6 2 6. The third 6 is right here. All you have to do is look at this one in a mirror, and you can see it's been reversed. We also know that all these things are part of the Illuminati conditioning process. And right here, this declassified memo from the Central Intelligence Agency states, I am today transmitting to the National Security Council's proposal in which it is concluded that the problems connected with unidentified objects appear to have implications for psychological warfare as well as for intelligence and operations. It goes on to say, I suggest that we discuss at an early board meeting the possible offensive or defensive utilization of these phenomena for psychological warfare purposes, and this was written and signed by Walter B. Smith, the director himself. Now, there are and has been, quite a number of conditioning programs going on, and that it is through, various demonic beings and such that crop circles and such have been formed. I didn't have time to get into cattle mutilations or anything like that. There was a lot of things I wish I could have put in this particular DVD set, but there just wasn't time. But we do know, And it's interesting. I know this may be hard for you to believe, Corey, but of course, the United Nations arguing it as always. We know that the United Nations, they are a success, believe it or not. They, on the surface, it looks like they failed. Their mandate is that they're supposed to stop wars, and yet we know they've been involved in more wars than you and I know to do it. But that's what the Illuminati really wants. Now, if you can believe this, these people, I know this is going to be hard to swallow, but these people now have an official ambassador in case we are visited by aliens from outer space. UN selects ambassador for aliens. They have, if you read the article, right now in the wings, an ambassador for when we're visited by alien beings. Now, if you remember, I believe it was the third DVD in this series in which we were talking about concentration camps and how you can see these death camps, internment camps, concentration camps, however you want to term them. They've already been built. I don't know how many dozens of photos I've shown in the past about this. And of course the question is, why would you have concentration camps on American soil if there's no war going on? Unless, of course, you're planning to have a war. It's the same thing here. Why would you have an ambassador for aliens if we can't even prove they exist, let alone been visited by one? Unless the Illuminati is planning to have them visit us through that great deceptive plan to cover up the rapture.
And it's amazing once you start looking into this, how much of the Bible that they actually know and they're trying to cover up, actually, especially within the rapture in this case.
Well, you see, it's always been believed in the occult that if you could stop just one, and I mean just one prophecy of God, you stop it all.
So
now,
this just goes to prove that this isn't necessarily just a war between man and the government, but really certain men and God.
Oh yeah. This is a war that's been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. This is a spiritual war, a spiritual battle that the Christians have to get woken up to now before it's too late. I mean, we don't have a generation to go. We don't have that kind of time left. Either, they get involved now or just step out of the way and let those people who want to do something do that something without being hindered. Because they're doing it right in front of our eyes. I mean, this next one will prove it. They now have, literally speaking, the sufficient advanced technology. Look over here. Here we have the biochips that I've been mentioning about right here in this photo. Okay? We also know that they have the ability to make copies of animals or clones if you want. And this is what I fear more than anything else, is that, and it has been proven, they can keep a brain outside alive of the human body, just like they did with that poor dog's head, and they just kept it alive by that apparatus, just like they were able to create those chimeras. They're able to do this now. The experiments have been phenomenal. The results are, just blows the imagination. And they are only, and the card is right, they are only a short distance away from creating human clones. And if they can do that, think of what they can do. Remember, this doctor says, I can clone a human being. Think of what they could do if they decide to marry animal DNA with human DNA. I mean, this is science gone out of control. And again, the Illuminati card tells us the reason why, because when the rapture comes, I'll make them wait. Yes, not us who go before, but the ones after who missed it, because they're going to cover up everything with an alien UFO visitation. And isn't it interesting, ladies and gentlemen, how anyone who calls for, repentance or anything like that, look at this guy here. They're always painted as nut jobs or as if they don't know what they're talking about. And yet, the Illuminati card here tells what's going to happen to those people during the tribulation period who repents and follow Jesus Christ. They are going to be beheaded. Scriptures makes it very clear in Revelation chapter 20 that the price is going to be martyrdom. And all along, they're going to be looking towards this one person who's going to seemingly have all the answers to all the problems. And this Antichrist person, and that's who he is, he's the Antichrist. And the cards make it very clear, will eventually be worshipped as the new Messiah, as if this is the one we've been waiting all along, and that, because of him, we're going to end up with 1,000 points of light. Now think about this, Corey. Do you remember, it was George Bush Sr., when he was a president, he was standing before Congress, and he was saying all these promises and all this, and he was calling for 1,000 points of light. Well, what people don't know is that when George Bush was calling for 1,000 years of light, 1,000 points of light, he was calling for 1,000-year reign, or 1,000-year illumination of Lucifer. You see, this goes back to Adolf Hitler. Remember when he was saying, he was talking about the New World Order, and he was saying, we shall rule and reign in this Reich for 1,000 years. That's what he was talking about. Remember, Scripture tells us Jesus Christ is going to have a millennial reign right after the end of the Great Tribulation period. Christ is going to have 1,000 millennial reign. Yet, the enemy believes that they're going to be victorious and they're going to have their 1,000-year reign.
So that's why they're so gung-ho on just trying to destroy one prophecy. I guess through their mind's eye, if they can destroy one prophecy, their God, Lucifer, can reign 1,000 years besides the one true Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Exactly. And you see, they're already trying to twist and distort the true meaning to the rapture. You and I both know that there's a biblical pattern, and you folks may not agree with it, but I will tell you right now, go to the end of DVD 8, and you'll be able to see all the information for yourself. But the Scriptures scream of a biblical pattern, and I mean there is a pattern from the book of Genesis to the very last book in the book of Revelation, that the rapture has to be pre-tribulation. It has to be. There's no really any other option, especially when we consider the next rapture that's going to happen. They're trying to twist the understanding and the meaning of the rapture. And I'll show you how. Now, in this movie, Skyline, guess what, folks? We're back to the aliens again, okay? The Earth is invaded by aliens. Okay? And if you look very carefully at these little, black dots, those aren't dots. Those are human beings being taken away off the earth. Just like the rapture. And interesting enough, in the movie itself, now, I had to start my DVD player so I could get this done exactly. But if you go and put this in your regular DVD player, Mayan said that at 34 minutes and 25 seconds, a person known as Walt in the movie is asked, "Are you okay?" Walt then replies, "I saw the people in the sky like the rapture." Now, isn't that interesting? Since when in the Bible does it tell us the rapture is going to be the result of aliens? But the plans of the Order of the Illuminati says That's how it's going to happen. Now, this is part of that conditioning process that we've been subjected to since 1938. Now, in this movie, now I'm sure most people have heard of this one by now, 2012. This is about the world, again, it's coming to an end, and there's a character in it known as Charlie Frost. Now, Charlie is asked about, what's going on and all this because there's so many disasters hitting the earth. Charlie is asked, what exactly is going to happen? Now, again, use your DVD player and in order to pick up that part of the conversation. According to my counter, it starts exactly at 31 minutes and 5 seconds into the movie. Charlie's response to that question is, the apocalypse, end of days, the judgment day, the end of the world, my friend. Christians call it the rapture, but the Mayans knew about it. The Hopis, the I Chings, the Bible, kind of. Now, notice how the lines of what the rapture truly is all about was blurred here. In the movie, the rapture is purposely being confused with other biblical events, while at the same time it's also being put on the same level as other sources of prophecy. Remember, Charlie Frost, when he was talking about the validity of the Bible and the understanding of what was going on, he said, kind of. You see, in other words, the Bible can't be trusted. Now, when we, by the time, Skyline was shown in the theaters, the rapture, well, at least according to Charlie, in the other movie, may have been happening. But remember, these are two separate movies. Charlie makes it look as if the Bible can't be trusted in that department. Yet, in this movie, Skyline, we find out the rapture happens because of aliens. And once again, that's what the Illuminati's plans call for. And now that we've looked at some of the movies, I want you to take a quick look at a TV series known as V. Like the original miniseries of 1983, the new version of V has aliens that are really lizards underneath their skins. However, there are Illuminati symbols and very powerful Illuminati ritual practices that were being performed in this new series. Now, here is what's known as a thaumaturgical triangle. Okay? This symbol, and you don't need these symbols in particular, but you need the circle and the triangle. This symbol must, well, if you want to, as a solo practitioner in witchcraft or Satanism or even in the Illuminati, you would step into this circle in what's known as being sky-clad or without any clothes on. And within this circle, you would communicate directly with demons. Now, this particular symbol, as a solo practitioner, you can cast spells with, and you can do a lot of other things with, as a solo practitioner by using the thaumaturgical triangle. Now, interesting enough, on these motherships in the new TV series of V, there was 29 motherships, and they surrounded the Earth. And the head of this alien invasion, and that's what it was, we just didn't know it yet, her name was Anna. Now, Anna would be able to control her people and other people by stepping inside of a thaumaturgical triangle also. And this symbol is taken from the show, and it was on the ground that Anna would step into exactly as she should be. She was sky-clad, she was without clothes, and she would step into this thaumaturgical triangle, and she would actually cast through telepathy, casting of spells, what's known as bliss. She was able to do this and control the emotions of her own people. And eventually you find out she's able to, through this symbol and through telepathy, control human beings. And the whole of the manipulation, the experiments, the convincing people that there are really aliens and UFOs and all these things are going on right now to where they can cover up the rapture. And it's interesting enough, there's this one dear sweet lady, her name is Kathleen Riley, who came up with this drawing right here, where it says, "They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. They will combine with one another in the seeds of men." And this is what they ended up with, an alien. And that's what's been going on all along, ladies and gentlemen. Everything you've seen in this 2-part DVD set is coming down to where the Illuminati is desperately trying to cover up the rapture. All this began, yes, way ago, back in Genesis 6:4, when Lucifer, who's now known as Satan, first started manipulating man's DNA to create a new race known as giants, to where he could take over the earth and hopefully prevent the prophecy of God from coming to pass. If he could prevent the birth of Christ, he could prevent us getting saved. And if he could do that, he wouldn't have to worry about the future, but he wasn't able to stop those prophecies. So he continued. And the lie continues to this day. They created great stone works, stone circles, stone cities, where demons and all types of demonic forces could be summoned by sacrificing human lives. Nowadays, yes, you see these things going on greater. Stone circles now have crop circles next to them, and crop circles are being visited by supposedly these alien balls of light. But as the film has shown, those aren't aliens. No, those are all demons. These demons, again, are all followers of Satan. They fell with him. And they're all still trying to stop the prophecies. But right now, they haven't been able to, and they never will. The best they can hope for, and they've been trying it, the Illuminati has been working on this plan for 75 years to cover up the rapture by claiming we're being visited by aliens, and that we, the ones who will be raptured at that time, were taken aboard their mothership, so that everyone on the earth will fall for the lie and follow that Antichrist figure and Satan all the way to hell. And that's the truth of what's going on. We've got to wake up, ladies and gentlemen, to the truth of what's going on with aliens, UFO, and the Antichrist before it's too late.
I just want to thank you, Doc, for putting all this marvelous information together, and thank you for being patient and sorting all this information out, and I hope it's been a blessing to you. But even all this marvelous information is secondary to the question is, where are you going to spend eternity? And you know, we see throughout all this presentation, there's a battle going on, and Revelation 22 makes it clear who the winner is going to be, and that's God. And all the attempts of Satan here is in vain, and you might as well get on the winning side. So, and just turn from your sins, repent, and trust in Jesus to save you, and that's all you need to do. And I just want to thank you, and I hope email us if you have any questions about salvation or aliens or demons, or you just want to get in contact with one of us. Just go it's at creationmessage.com or creationmessage@gmail.com if you want to email us with any kind of questions. And I hope this presentation's been a blessing to you. Thank you.